by Trustmark Bank.
Taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch our soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Inside the hash a little bit at the 37, so it'll be a 47-yard effort for Lucas Carnero. Transfer from Western Kentucky in his first year at Ole Miss. Georgia's trying to block it. There's the kick, and it's on its way, and it's got the distance, and it's through the upright. The Rebels have taken the lead. Holy mackerel.
What a weapon, what a weapon. I think I said in the pregame, it might come down to Lucas Carnero field goal, David.
Lucas Carnero field goal moved Ole Miss into playing on this date on January 8th, and we have never played on this date. In fact, the latest we've ever played into the month of January was back in the 2012 season, Coach Hugh Free's first year at Ole Miss, when we played the Pitt Panthers in the Birmingham Bowl and won that day. So this is a first. Congratulations, guys. It's been a year of a lot of firsts, and this will be the first time to ever play on this date. Somewhere in the future, there'll be somebody will need some audio for this date, and maybe we can provide it for them tonight.
I hope you are right, and just reliving it again gets us here on this date. Final thoughts coming from our portion of things as we take our last time out in our Guarantee Bank pregame show. It is Ole Miss football from Learfield.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank, a proud sponsor of Ole Miss Athletics. Member FDIC.
Whether you want to improve your community, your job prospects, or just your bottom line, earning your degree with Ole Miss Online can help you meet your goals in 2026. Complete your bachelor's, master's, or graduate certificate degree in high-demand fields including business, criminal justice, education, pharmacy, sport analytics, and more. These top-ranked Ole Miss Online programs have multiple start dates each year, and all students pay in-state tuition rates. To find out more, visit us at online.olemiss.edu.
This is the College Football Playoff Semifinals. The action returns after this timeout from your local station on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust. Advice that works.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Well, I'm Gary Darby with you as Brett Norsworthy, Jake Ramada joining us one final time. Before we give our final thoughts, let's do a little item of business and give an extra 10 seconds for David Kellum. He won't have to do one. Station identification time. It's Ole Miss football from Learfield. All right, Jake, final thought. What are you thinking right now as we sit here closing in, 6 p.m. Central?
I'm thinking what a game this is going to be. It's going to be one in the trenches. I mean, we talked all day about Miami's defensive front. Can Ole Miss's offensive front, contain them? How magical will Trinidad Chambliss be today? And can he be magical 2 games in a row? I don't know, but let's see.
Brett, what about you?
Game 15, so there's no secrets. We know what this team is made of. We know with good, solid play, going to win this game tonight and then play for the national championship on Monday night, January the 19th.
My thought is I'm going to step back one row and eat some popcorn and M&Ms with some Darby boys, watch this thing in the SJB Pavilion, and talk to you guys in the post-game show. David Kellum, Harry Harrison, and John Darnell are next. Thanks for being with us in our Guarantee Bank pregame show. They're a big supporter of Ole Miss, and they're yours as well. Whether you're on campus or in the stands, we've got your financial game plan covered. Visit Guarantee Bank today. And hotty toddy. This is Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
And it's got the distance, and it's through the upright. The Rebels have taken the lead.
Pre-game coverage of the 2026 Fiesta Bowl returns after this timeout. You're listening to the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. Is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Unbelievable opportunity.
This is Ole Miss football.
Waiting for the goal line. Did he break it? Touchdown! Oh, man. Gobbled up, and the Rebels get it wide open. And the Rebels are in this. Intercepted by the Rebels.
What are you willing to give up? We run the ship. We got enough in this room, right, to go win it all.
This is Countdown to Kickoff, presented by Guarantee Bank on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield in partnership with SuperTalk Mississippi Media. Countdown to Kickoff is brought to you by Ford, Mid-South Ford dealers and the Ford F-150, official truck of the Ole Miss Rebels, and by Regions, official bank of the SEC. Now, live from State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, here's the voice of the Rebels, David Kellum.
Hello and welcome again to the Vrbo Fiesta Bowl. We are in Glendale, Arizona, and looking forward to this one in the State Farm Stadium, home of the Arizona Cardinals. Tonight, it's the home of the Miami Canes and the Ole Miss Rebels. We're looking forward to this semifinal action between these two teams. The winner, of course, punches the ticket to the national championship. Ole Miss comes as the number 6 seed. Pete Golding is now 2-0 in his first season as a head coach. It's been interesting to say the least. Actually, he's in his second year now. He won his first game in 25. He won this one in 26. Miami seeded number 10, 12-2, 6-2 in the ACC. Of course, the Rebels went 13-1 and 7-1 in the SEC. And head coach is Mario Cristobal's done a great job with this team, 34-18 in his career in his 4th season with Miami. Ole Miss leads the series 2-1, but it's almost like you throw it out the door because we haven't played since 1951. This will be, though, the 4th meeting. And Ole Miss's first trip here to the Fiesta Bowl. Miami has made some stops here in the past as the Canes returning to the Fiesta Bowl for what would be the 5th all-time. And their first, though, since 2002, which was a 31-24 loss, ironically, to Ohio State, and which was the BCS National Championship game. The Hurricanes are 0-4 all-time in the Fiesta Bowl, 85, 87, 94, and 02 were the times they were here. Miami's got a great team. They had a school record. 19 players earned all ACC recognition, headlined by 4 first-team picks, and they've got a tremendous defensive front, and their edge guys, Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor, have been the top 2 defensive end tandems, not only in the ACC but nationally, and both were named to the All-ACC first team. Bain is the number 3 overall edge player, according to Pro Football, and Mesidor ranks at 4th. And so both are considered among the top edge rushers, so the Rebels will be dealing with that, and we've already covered that a pretty good bit here in our pregame show. You're listening to Guaranteed Bank's Countdown to Kickoff. Proud to support Ole Miss, whether you're on campus or in the stands. We've got you covered, your financial game plan covered for you. Visit Guaranteed Bank today and Hotty Toddy. And during our countdown, we'll be hearing from Harry Harrison, get his keys a little bit later. We'll have that coin toss with John Darnell later. John's going to check on the injury update for us a little bit later, too. When we come back, we're going to check out the starting lineups of this game as well. Pete Golding, 40th head coach in Ole Miss football history. Head coach Mario Cristobal, all Big East lineman on 2 national title teams in Miami, returning home to his alma mater. The Rebels have several players from the state of Florida, 13 total on the team, too. We'll look at those starting lineups when we come back as you're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Trey Willis, left tackle.
Marshall Jones, wide receiver.
Alex Philbin, running back.
Hi, I'm Tim from C Spire. Am I in the right place?
It always pays to have the right players on your team. That's why C Spire gives you fiber-fast home internet, nationwide 5G wireless, and best-in-class business solutions, all backed by local 24/7 support. C Spire, customer inspired.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo
Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
What?
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In the end zone, touchdown!
Ole Miss, Miami. This is the College Football Playoff on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Trustmark Bank.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcased a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, like he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Glendale, Arizona, where we've got Ole Miss football coming up against Miami. Semifinal action of the college football playoffs. Time for us to take a look at the starting lineups of this one as you're listening to Guarantee Bank's countdown to kickoff. Proud to support Ole Miss. Whether you're on campus or in the stands, we've got your financial game plan covered. Visit Guarantee Bank today. And hotty-toddy. And right now, we're at 37 minutes away from the kickoff of this one between Ole Miss and Miami. So look at the Miami defense first of all. The Canes are the visiting team. Ole Miss is the home team in this one. Corey Heatherman is the defensive coordinator. They lead the ACC, allowing only 13.8 points per game. They lead the nation with 46 quarterback sacks, 12 in the 2 playoff games. They're the only D in the nation not to allow a touchdown of 40 or more yards. So there's some goals to try to overcome for the Ole Miss offense. The defensive end, we've talked about him ad nauseum in the pregame, the junior from Miami, Florida, number 4, Ruben Bain. He's got 8.5 quarterback sacks, which is second on the team, 13 tackles for losses, which is second on the team. He's even got an interception. The ACC Defensive Player of the Year, number 4, Ruben Bain. In the first round against Texas A&M, he had 5 tackles, 4 TFLs, 3 quarterback sacks, and blocked a field goal. His nickname is Hurricane Bain. That's pretty appropriate with Miami. Also a defensive tackle, number 99, Ahmad Moten. Moten was hurt in the fourth quarter against Ohio State, but they're saying he is good to go. At nose tackle, number 5, Justin Scott, sophomore from Chicago, Illinois, and also at defensive end, a 6-year senior from Canada, transfer from West Virginia, Hakeem Mesidor, has had a fantastic year, too. He had 2 of the Canes' 5 quarterback sacks against Ohio State, 30 career sacks for Mesidor, and can trash talk you in both English and French, as he's from Canada and speaks both languages. He is sitting on 10.5 quarterback sacks, which leads the Canes, 15.5 TFLs, 4 forced fumbles. All of those are best on the team, and he's second on the team with 5 quarterback hurries. Also, the nickelback rover is 0. Keontae Scott, he's got a couple of interceptions. He's a 6-year senior from San Diego, California, transfer from Auburn. He was the defensive MVP of the Cotton Bowl. 4 total tackles, a pick 6 of 78 yards against the Buckeyes. He's got 6 quarterback hurries to lead the team. He's second on the team with 37 solo stops and 13 tackles for losses. He also has 5 quarterback sacks. The middle linebacker is 31, Wesley Basaint. Basaint has 1 interception, a senior from Miami, Florida. The weak side linebacker is number 1, a 7th-year junior from Pleasantville, New Jersey, a transfer from Rutgers, leads the team with 69 total tackles. NCAA's got to prove chambliss. I mean, this guy has been granted an 8th year due to double medical hardships, COVID year, redshirt year. So Toure has not announced that he will play an 8th year, but Mohamed Toure is weak side linebacker, been playing for a while. The 2 cornerbacks, number 29, O.J. Frederique, the freshman All-American last season, only returning DB this season. He did get hurt in the third quarter against Ohio State, but they anticipate him playing. Number 24, Ethan O'Connor, a sophomore from Irvine, California, transfer from Washington State, is at that other corner. For Miami's safeties, you have number 8, Jacoby Thomas, a 5th-year senior from Tullahoma, Tennessee. He was at UT and Middle Tennessee State in the state of Tennessee. He got the game-ending interception against Ohio State. He has 5 interceptions, second on the team in that category. 65 total tackles, is second on the team. 38 solo stops, leads the team as well. And also at safety, number 7, a sophomore from Wildwood, Florida, transfer from Jacksonville State, and that would be Zechariah Poyser. Poyser, 6 pass breakups, is second on the team for them. So that's the starting defense for Miami. For the Ole Miss Rebels, defensive coordinator and head coach Pete Golding. The Rebels had 9 tackles for losses against Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, the most allowed by a Bulldog offense all season long. And the Rebels will start at the edge spot, number 4, Sontaran Perkins, the junior from Raleigh, Mississippi. Against Tulane in the first round, he had 4 tackles, 2.5 tackles for losses, 2 quarterback hurries, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. Then against Georgia, in the quarterfinals. Perkins had 6 tackles, 2 TFLs, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery. He has been on fire in the playoffs, and on the year, leading Ole Miss with 2 fumble recoveries, 74 total tackles is second on the team, 38 solo, 11 TFLs are all second on the team, and he has 11 quarterback hurries. He's got 6 pass breakups, which is second on the team, and has forced 3 fumbles, which leads Ole Miss. And Perkins also has an interception. He's got a good business card going there, doesn't he? Number 51, Xavier Harris will be a defensive tackle, the senior from Canton, Mississippi. This will be his 51st game. He's got an interception, big guy does. 25th start for the Rebs today. 9 TFLs, 3 quarterback sacks, 6 quarterback hurries on the year for Harris. He leads the Rebels with a career high, or led the Rebels with a career high 10 tackles against Georgia. And he's sitting on those 6 career block kicks. He's won from the SEC record. See if he gets that here today. And at nose tackle 52, William Eccles, a sophomore from Houston, Mississippi. He was the defensive MVP of the Sugar Bowl with 2 tackles for losses and 2 pass breakups. He's got 4.5 sacks on the year. Cam Franklin, who was shaken up in the Sugar Bowl, is available and is dressed, and we anticipate him starting the sophomore from Lake Cormorant, Mississippi. He's 6'5", 14 quarterback hurries to lead Ole Miss, and tied for second on the team in quarterback sacks with 5. At cornerback, number 2, Jalen Braxton for Ole Miss, the sophomore from Frisco, Texas, transfer from Arkansas, has got an interception. And also at corner, number 8, Antonio Kite, the junior from Anniston, Alabama, transfer from Bama and Auburn. The star safety is number 29, Nick Cole, the junior from Donaldsonville, Georgia. Your 2 linebackers, number 6, TJ Dottery, the junior from Montgomery, Alabama, who came here from Clemson a few years ago. He leads Ole Miss with 87 tackles and 39 solo stops. And at linebacker, number 44, Andrew Jones, 27 career TFLs. He was at Grambling and Memphis before coming to Ole Miss. The seniors from Marrero, Louisiana. 2024 SWAC Co-Defensive Player of the Year, and he's strung together several starts in a row now. Has done a nice job. And the other 2 safeties at number 16 will be number 16, Wydette Williams. Williams, the senior from Lake Providence, Louisiana, was at Delta State to start his career, then went to ULM. 6 total tackles and a pass breakup in the end zone late against Georgia. Huge play, in fact, in the end zone. He leads Ole Miss with 3 interceptions, has 66 total tackles, and second on the team with 38 solo. And at safety, 40th career game today for number 3, Kapena Gushikin. Gushikin is a senior from Hawaii, transferred into Ole Miss this year from Washington State. That's a look at the 2 defenses. We'll check out the 2 offenses quickly. Shannon Dawson is the offensive coordinator from Miami Canes. They finished second in the ACC with 34.1 points per game. They led the ACC in ninth nationally, only allowing 1.07 quarterback sacks per game. Done a good job protecting Beck on the year. At center, number 52, James Brockermeyer. He's a redshirt senior from Fort Worth, Texas. At right guard, 78, Matthew McCoy, a junior from St. Augustine, Florida. Number 63 is at left guard, Samson Okunlola, a sophomore from Brockton, Massachusetts. Right tackle is 61, and that's Francis Moinoa. He is a junior from Samoa. And at left tackles, number 70, Markel Bell, a senior from Cleveland, Mississippi. Played at Holmes Community College, Cleveland Central High School. He is 6'8", 345, a senior. You can pull for him to play well if you live in Cleveland. But you got to pull for the Rebels to win the game. O-line, every game is the same starting 5 for Miami. At tight end, number 87, Alex Ballman, a senior from Red Bank, New Jersey, a transfer from Tulane. He's got 1 touchdown catch. A wide receiver, number 7, C.J. Daniels. We've seen before. He's a 6-year player from Lilburn, Georgia, transfer from Liberty and LSU. We faced him against LSU last year. 42 catches, 469 yards. He's second on the team with 7 touchdown grabs. Also at wideout, 0, Keelan Marion. Marion's a redshirt senior from Atlanta, Georgia, was at BYU and UConn. He has no drops on the year. He's done very well in that category. Second on the team with 49 catches for the Canes. 626 yards is second best. He's got the longest grab of the year of 61 yards is Marion. He's got 1 TD. Also at wideout, who's been fantastic, maybe the best freshman in the nation, and that is Malachi Toney. Not real tall. He's 5'11", 188, true freshman, wears number 10. He scored the only touchdown of the game when they played Texas A&M. He takes a lot of Wildcat snaps, too. He's 6th nationally, making 6.7 catches per game. ACC Rookie of the Year. Has the new catch record at Miami with 94 grabs as a true freshman. He had 13 catches against Pitt for a season high in a game. He's got 1 touchdown rushing. He's 4 for 7, throwing the ball for 82 yards and 2 touchdowns. And he leads the Canes with 94 catches, 1,008 yards, 8 TD grabs, and a longest catch of 61. Malachi Toney is critical to their offense. The running back number 4, Mark Fletcher. Fletcher's a junior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Offensive MVP of the Cotton Bowl with 115 all-purpose yards. Fletcher's got 2 touchdown catches on the year, and on the ground leads the Canes with 177 carries, 947 yards, 10 touchdowns, and a longest run of 56. And the quarterback is number 11, Carson Beck, the 6-year senior from Jacksonville, Florida, transfer from the University of Georgia. He's got a touchdown catch this year. Someone threw one to him. He threw 4 interceptions against Louisville for a down game for him this year, but he's second in the nation in passing percentage at 74.4 as a starting quarterback at Georgia, and at the U he's 36-5, but one of those losses to Ole Miss. 296 of 398 for 3,313 yards for the outstanding Carson Beck. 27 touchdowns, 10 interceptions for Beck. That's a look at the offense for Miami. We'll wrap up our starting lineups with a peek at the Rebel offense. Ole Miss leads the SEC in second nationally with 496.2 yards per game. We'll lead the nation with 49 30-plus yard plays. The next one will be number 50. Rebels lead the SEC with only 18 quarterback sacks allowed as well. At center will be 62, Bryce Sanders. Of course, your coordinator is Charlie Weiss, doing 2 jobs right now. He's done a great job in that capacity for Ole Miss, finishing up this season. Bryce Sanders is center, sophomore from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Right guard 75, Patrick Kudus, the junior from Memphis, transferred in from Arkansas. Right tackle 50, Jaden Williams, senior from Conway, Arkansas. 45th career game this evening. At left guard 51, Delano Townsend, a sophomore from Flint, Michigan, transfer from UAB. And a transfer from UNC, that would be North Carolina, number 61, Diego Pounds, will be at left tackle, the senior from Raleigh, North Carolina. The tight ends, number 8, Daquan Wright, senior from Perry, Georgia, transfer from Virginia Tech. 36 catches, 571 yards. Second on the team with 4 touchdown catches. He's got 8 touchdown catches in his career, all at Ole Miss. 35 yards from becoming the 3rd Ole Miss tight end to reach 1,000 yards. Trey Wallace will be at wide out. The senior from Montgomery, Alabama, the transfer from Penn State, was the college football playoff with Penn State last year, in fact. He led the Rebels with 9 catches, 156 yards, and a touchdown against Georgia. He's got 57 catches to lead the team, 894 yards is the team high, second on the team with 4 touchdown grabs. Deshaun Stribling, a senior from Hawaii, was at Washington State, Oklahoma State, will be at wide out as well. 5 catches, 79 yards, and a touchdown against Tulane. He had 7 catches, 122 yards in the playoffs against Georgia. He's got 50 on the year, second most on the team. Stribling's got 734 yards, 6 touchdowns to lead Ole Miss, and has a second longest catch of the season at 75 yards. In the slot will be Caden Lee, number 19, the junior from Kennesaw, Georgia. 39 grabs, 568 yards, 3 touchdowns for him. Running back number 5, Kewan Lacey. Ole Miss record 295 carries this year, 23 rushing touchdowns is the record, 138 points is the record. He's 98 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns against Georgia in his hip pocket. That all came in the Sugar Bowl. 3rd nationally in missed tackles forced at 88. He's got 295 carries, 1,464 yards. Lacey, 23 TDs and a longest run of 59 all-team highs. And at quarterback number 6, Trinidad Chambliss, the senior from Grand Rapids, Michigan. The transfer from Ferris State in the first round against Tulane was responsible for 3 touchdowns, 318 yards against Georgia in the quarterfinals. 362 yards passing, 2 touchdowns passing with a Sugar Bowl record, 13 straight completions. He was the offensive MVP in that game. He has the fewest interceptions, only 3, minimum of 200 passes in Ole Miss history. Fewest is 5 by Dart Corral and 4K. He has a 0.74 interceptions to attempts percentage. That record in the NCAA is 0.70 by Boise State's Kellen Moore in 2009. He has just been fantastic for the Rebels. Chambliss has 128 carries, 520 yards, 8 touchdowns rushing the ball. All are second to Lacey, and on through the air, 271 of 408, 3,660 yards, 66.4%, 21 touchdowns. As we mentioned, only those 3 interceptions. That's the starting lineups for both teams. We'll continue with our Guarantee Bank countdown to kickoff. We're 23 minutes away from Ole Miss in Miami as you're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Don't stop planning for your future. Don't stop investing in your kids' education. Don't stop dreaming of that new home. And don't stop growing your business. Whatever you're passionate or dreaming about, don't stop. Because when you have a bank you can trust, you have the confidence to take on tomorrow. Speak with a Trustmark associate today for advice on achieving your goals. Trustmark. People you trust. Advice that works. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is the College Football Playoff Semifinals. The action returns after this timeout from your local station on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust. Advice that works.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds.
Learning new things comes with age.
My mom? She started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
When I smoke weed, I get lost in the music. I like to isolate each instrument. The rhythmic bass, the harmonies on the piano, sticky melody.
Hey, careful, babe. There's someone crossing the street.
Sorry, I didn't see him there.
If you feel different, you drive different. Don't drive high. It's dangerous and illegal everywhere. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This injury update is brought to you by Richard Schwartz & Associates, your Mississippi injury law firm. One call, that's all.
And we appreciate Richard Schwartz & Associates for our injury update. The Pride of the South just wrapped up their program and leaving the field, and now the Miami band's coming out. They got neon lights on their drums here, JD. What about the injury update?
Yeah, Cedric Beaver's only one out for the Rebels tonight. You know, we're concerned about Caden Lee, Cam Franklin, and Caleb Odom. They went down last week, but they're all back, and they're all going to play tonight.
All right, thank you very much, John. John was throwing on the sidelines. I tweeted that if you want to see some multitasking we did with social media. You still got good form.
Well, thank you. That's a good luck thing we've done all year, and so
don't break it now.
Hopefully it'll bring us some more luck tonight.
And we're talking about 10-yard throws. They're not real deep stuff, that's for sure. Hey, the Rebels against the ACC, 19-10-1 against the current members of the Atlantic Coast Conference, 5-1 against the ACC in bowl games. The 2025 Gator Bowl against Duke, of course. Last year we won 52-20. Last time we faced an ACC team. We do have this word to pass on to you. The game officials will be Big Ten Conference officials. Referee is Rod Snodgrass. We'll be back to continue with our pregame shows. You're listening to Ole Miss Football from Learfield.
Springtime in Oxford meets music, art, and unforgettable moments at the Double Decker Arts Festival. The 29th annual festival returns April 24th and 25th to Oxford's downtown square. Come experience a place that inspires your story. Learn more and start planning your visit at visitoxfordms.com. That's visitoxfordms.com.
Farming is probably the most natural thing for a person to do. It taught me how to take pride in my work, how to put something ahead of myself. Whether it was getting up early to feed the livestock or working late to bring in the harvest. Farming taught me to give it my best, no matter the job. My name is Tanner. I'm a farmer. I work for Case IH.
Case IH, built by farmers.
And it's got the distance, and it's through the upright. The Rebels have taken the lead.
Pre-game coverage of the 2026 Fiesta Bowl returns after this timeout. You're listening to the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
College football playoff.
Lacey's got an opening. He's down the middle. He's gone! Touchdown! Oh, man!
Gaping hole on left side. Hotty toddy. This is Ole Miss football.
Chandler steps up in the pocket. Lots of time. Throws deep.
Caught at the 20. He trots into the end zone. Touchdown! He breaks the plane. Touchdown! Ole Miss. By 50, he's in the clear. Here he is in the end zone, boys. You can't catch him. Takes it to the house.
Two of his buddies to lead him into the end zone.
He's hit. He's hammered and sacked at the 35-yard line. So Aaron Perkins says, down you go.
Yeah, we got it.
They lost him again.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you presented this opportunity for yourself. The opportunity for the legacy of this team to continue and play again.
Hotty toddy. This is Ole Miss football. This is the College Football Playoff on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield in partnership with Super Talk Mississippi Media. Today's game is presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust. Advice that works. C-Spire. Want the best of the best on your roster? Time to call in C-Spire. Advanced technology solutions for homes and businesses built to make your life faster, smarter, and easier. There's more to see at cspire.com. C-Spire, customer inspired. Ford, Mid-South Ford dealers and the Ford F-150, official truck of the Ole Miss Rebels. And by Regions, official bank of the SEC. Now back to State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Once again, here's the voice of the Rebels, David Callum.
Well, we're just watching game day. They all picked Miami. Thank you. We appreciate that. We welcome you back to Arizona, where Ole Miss is about to play the Vrbo Fiesta Bowl against the Miami Canes. Guarantee Bank sponsors our countdown to kickoff. Proud to support Ole Miss. Whether you're on campus or in the stands, we've got your financial game plan covered. Visit Guarantee Bank today and Hotty Toddy. We've got the national anthem coming up shortly. Harry's diagnosis is next, then the coin toss and a kickoff, and let's play some football. Coming up as we're 14 minutes and 45 seconds away from the kick here in Zona. We'll take a break as you're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Don't stop planning for your future. Don't stop investing in your kids' education. Don't stop dreaming of that new home. And don't stop growing your business. Whatever you're passionate or dreaming about, don't stop. Because when you have a bank you can trust, you have the confidence to take on tomorrow. Speak with a Trustmark associate today for advice on achieving your goals. Trustmark. People you trust. Advice that works. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank, a proud sponsor of Ole Miss Athletics. Member FDIC.
Ole Miss, Miami. This is the College Football Playoff on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We welcome you back to Arizona, where we've got Ole Miss right outside of Phoenix and Glendale. The Rebels and the Hurricanes about to play in the college football playoff. David Kellum, Harry Harrison with you here. Also John Darnell on our sidelines. We appreciate all our crew. We heard Gary Darby, Brett Norsworthy, and Jake Ramada in the pregame. Dan Courts as well, who's handling our engineering. At the main studio, you've got Houston McDavid taking care of our engineering here locally and our producer. And Glenn Waddle's handling stats. They'll even by Rick McKay, offensive spotter, Fish Robinson, defensive spotter. Got Mary handling all these live reads, which are the most important things we're supposed to do, right? We don't get paid till we read these things right here.
Whatever you say, brother.
Yeah. But we're looking forward to this.
I'm just going to try to be colorful.
You're going to try to be colorful? You're
colorful
the color
tonight. Yes.
commentator?
Be colorful.
For sure.
Yes.
But we appreciate everybody that is here. You can also catch us on Facebook Live if you want to. Watch us call the game. There's all kind of things you can do for this particular game. We'll have the national anthem coming up here in just a moment, and we will have Harry's winning diagnosis presented by St. Dominic's. We listen, we heal. Harry, we'll start that. We need to finish to go the national anthem.
Sure.
We can, but what do you think?
Well, this is the third round of the college football playoff, David. Miami out of the ACC, the Rebels out of the SEC. Let's talk about it. My first key of starting with this Ole Miss offense, I want to establish the line of scrimmage. We got two tackles that have played excellent all year, including this offensive line of John Garrison. This group has probably been the most improved group of any of the position groups that we got in the Manning Center. But these defensive ends from Miami are going to pose a big problem tonight. Number 4, Bain, number 3, Messador, they're going to get after the quarterback. So Diego Pounds at left tackle, Jay Williams at right tackle. They got to be on their skates tonight. They've got to have their best game. They've got to neutralize them. And my second key is straight ahead. With the speed of the Miami defense, David, I'm not sure the speed sweeps, the outside zone read is going to be the answer. I think we're going to have to run the football directly at Miami, try to get inside. I think the 3 inside guys, center and 2 guards, are going to play a huge role in clearing out a path with Kejuan Lacey and, of course, the quarterback draw with Trinidad Chambliss. But that's got to be established early, and then our play action will work after that.
They're going to pull the flags across here shortly. So we'll go to our PA announcer for our national anthem. Then we'll finish up with keys, or the diagnosis, if you will, with Harry, as we look at the defense and also the special teams. Let's go field level.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the
War and Treaty with our national anthem. What a wonderful job there. They bring a giant flag that covers the entire field with, maybe 150 people that have pulled it across the field. Really good to see. Let's continue with Harry's diagnosis.
Well, David, the third key, right kind of where we left off on this Ole Miss offense, is going to be show up and show out. I think this Rebel receiving room is the best collectively in the country. And when you add tight end Daquan Wright, Caleb Odom, Haas to this equation, the Rebel receivers, they've got to win the day. The Miami secondary, I think our receivers can definitely get down the field on them. We just got to get Trinidad plenty of time to throw. But I want, once again, to see which wide receiver comes out of that room and stands tall tonight, David. Last week in the Sugar Bowl, it was Harrison Wallace and DeJean Stribling. Tonight could be someone else. We're going to flip the page and talk about this Rebel defense, David. And tonight, my first key is I want the stars to shine. Big-time players, they got to make big-time plays, and we got guys that can do that. Eccles, Harris, Perkins, and Williams. They got to provide the leadership and determination to slow down this Hurricane offense. Carson Beck, he leads the speedy offense, and the run game must be slowed down by that front six. And my second key on defense tonight is the corners are going to be tested. So cover skills with correct approach and leverage, that's got to be a must. Run with the receivers of Miami and follow your keys. Fly around with quickness and cause the Hurricane receivers to question their abilities. Get inside the head of the wide receivers of Miami. That's what I want these defensive backs, especially Kite and the other cornerback for the Rebels. And then finally, my best key tonight for the defense is going to be turnovers. Big-time game. Carson Beck in the 2 losses this year threw 6 picks. 4 in one game, 2 in the other. I want the Rebels to get after him. They like to do a lot of dinking and dunking with the football, which means they're going to get quick releases, get it out in space. Hopefully the receivers can make moves. But I want to get in Carson Beck's head. I want to be able to get to him, whether that's with the front 4 or with additional blitzers. But we got to get the turnover battle won, and the Rebels will take this home. I want to talk about special teams, David. The entire special teams group has been special all year. I mean, it starts up front with Carter Short. It's got to be a perfect snap. And then a hole from Oscar Bird, the punter. And, of course, Lucas Canero, who set not 1 but 2 SEC records last weekend in the Sugar Bowl. Those guys have been terrific all year, and it may come down to that last-second field goal once again tonight. If Vegas gets it right, it's going to be a very close game. The winner could be hanging on the leg of Lucas Canero. We're going to come out here in about 4 hours with another trophy hoisted and getting ready to take a trip to Miami.
Winning Diagnosis brought to you by FMOL Health. St. Dominic wishing you happy holidays and a healthy new year. And that'll wrap up our Guarantee Bank countdown to kickoff. Proud to support Ole Miss, whether you're on campus or in the stands. We've got your financial game plan covered. Visit Guarantee Bank today. And Heidi Tidy. And we are 4.5 minutes away from kicking it off between Ole Miss and Miami. Cheerleaders, Rebelettes lined up about ready to lead the Rebels onto the field. Miami's got the same thing going on the far end of the field. We're kind of down here around the end zone, but we can see pretty good view. Ole Miss has got Miami outnumbered by a bunch. Listen to the boos for Miami. How about that? As they run onto the field, the Canes are let out. You know, we debated about the Sugar Bowl with Georgia. Was it 60-40? Was it 70-30? But it was definitely an Ole Miss home game, it felt like. And, boy, we are a long way from Oxford and the state of Mississippi. But there's a lot of Rebel fans all over the country, and they have gathered here in Phoenix. And what a showing. They were asked to wear red, and we have a sea of red here at the Vrbo Fiesta Bowl. And about to run onto the field, Pete Golding to lead this team out. Born and raised in Hammond, Louisiana. Started his career in Cleveland, Mississippi for the Okra Delta State. Raised all the way up to defensive coordinator at Alabama and Ole Miss, and now the head coach of the Rebels. And here come the Rebels. Let's listen in. Ole Miss wearing the white pants with a powder blue jersey with the white numbers, powder blue helmet with a cursive red Ole Miss on it. Miami wearing that white uni we're familiar with, the green numbers trimmed in orange with a U on the side of that white helmet. The captains will be gathering in the middle of the field. John Darnell's not allowed to go out there, John, but you can tell us about who our captains are.
Tyler Banks, Deshaun Stribling, Wyatt Williams, and Patrick Kudas are captains for Ole Miss. They're heading out there right now for the coin toss.
And so they will gather to the middle of the field right now. We'll go down to Mr. Snodgrass, and he will flip the coin, and we'll find out who gets the ball first here.
David, 2 honorary captains for Ole Miss, Eli Manning, Patrick Willis.
Woo, they could play. And they're all shaking hands. Edward
Gentlemen,
James
come in
and
and
Ray
greet
Lewis
each other.
from Miami, too. They're shaking hands. We'll have the coin toss. Hopefully got the audio for that. Eli and Patrick. I bet Eli's just glad Patrick didn't break him in half in some of their matchups in the NFL for sure.
They follow along.
Congratulations to both teams on an outstanding season and your achievements in the college football playoff. Joining us tonight for the coin toss is the general manager of Vrbo, Mr. Larry Plowski, who will present tonight's commemorative flipping coin. Miami, you've been designated as the visitor for this game, and you'll call the toss. You repeat his call. The 2 helmets is heads, and the Fiesta Bowl logo is tails. What is your call?
Tails.
What did he call? He called tails. We're going to let it hit the ground. It is a head. Mississippi has won the toss, and they want to receive. Which goal you want to kick from? Put your backs to the goal. To start the game, Ole Miss has won the toss and elected to receive. Good luck, gentlemen.
The Rebels will go left to right from our vantage point. Miami will go right to left. Man, guys, John, I think Patrick Mike could still play. What do you think?
I think he wants to.
Good night, he looks good.
He gets into it, and I'm going to tell you, he looks good. And what a Rebel fan. He's maintained his Rebel loyalty all throughout his career and certainly comes back to these games.
Great to have him and Eli. There's several other players here. I talked to Javon Patterson. He gave me a list of guys that were here. Of course, Walter Nolan is on the Arizona Cardinals team here, too.
Yeah, a lot of the guys, David. I don't think they had enough passes for all of them. You know, the defensive tackle from Waynesboro, Mississippi, helped me with his name.
Jarrell Poe.
Jarrell Poe. Talked to Jarrell Poe in the lobby. He said he was living in Atlanta, moving back to Mississippi. He said Patrick's moving back to California. I went, why? But anyway, he said he'd moved back out west, so he didn't have as far to come as Jarrell did. But it's good to see both of those guys here
also
tonight.
Jackson Dart is here, the New York Giants. Great to have JD back in the house.
He had a great opening year, David. Could be the rookie of the year offensively.
Carter Davis is set to kick for Miami, number 38. 84 kicks, 73 touchbacks, 87%. And back to receive for Ole Miss will be Isaiah Hartrop. Hartrop, 19 is his average. His longest is 38. That was against Oklahoma. And Logan Diggs is the up back. Logan, the chances that he's had to return, he's got a 24.7 average. His longest, 42. So those will be the return guys. We'll see if the Rebels get an opportunity. Slight chance to have an opportunity to return it for Ole Miss. We welcome all our folks that are checking us out on the SEC Network via the Skycast. And there'll be an isolated camera on Pete Golding throughout the game as well. And we welcome you to our broadcast. David Kellum, Harry Harrison, John Darnell, and our crew. Davis is ready to kick. The right-footed kicker gets a leg into it, and we are underway in the Fiesta Bowl in the college football playoff semifinal. This will go into the end zone, and the Rebels will start at the 25-yard line.
Oh, yeah, and another big-legged kicker from Miami all the way to the back of the end zone, Dave. We've got two great kickers in this contest tonight. These last four standing teams, they're all playing extremely well. Rebels going to offense first.
Trinidad Chambliss, of course, will be the quarterback. The starters we gave you in the pregame are correct. Lacey will be in the backfield with him. We'll see how the Rebels handle the outstanding Miami defensive front. Bain and Messidor on the edges, Moten and Scott in the middle. And we're ready for the first snap from scrimmage for the Ole Miss offense. Xavier Lucas actually starting ahead of the cornerback Frederique. Lucas is from Pompano Beach, Florida, transfer from Wisconsin. 7 pass breakups to lead the team. Quick pass near side is going to be caught by Wallace. He makes the grab, but he's tackled instantly at the 26 by Lucas. Looks like he's got about a yard gain. Let's see, they gave him a little bit more. We're at a funny angle. They put him at the 29, so give him 4 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 6 for Ole Miss.
Yeah, a nice extension of the run game. Just a quick hitter out to Wallace.
Snap there. Hand off to Lacey up the middle. And he'll get to the 30 before he is driven back hard. We'll see where they officially spot it, but Messidor leads the way. This defense, very physical. Ole Miss had to turn up the physicality in the second half against Georgia. Not only matched it, probably surpassed it, and it really paid off. And now Moten, who was hurt against Ohio State, is down on his backside, and he's shaking his head like, I can't go. And that's going to be a blow for Miami the rest of the way if he cannot. And we just told you the cornerback who got hurt against Ohio State, Frederique, did not start. Lucas started for him. So we got a timeout on the field as the training staff is out to check on Moten. They spotted that ball actually at the 31, so a 2-yard pickup for Lacey, and the Rebels are left with a 3rd down and 4 when we get back underway.
Yeah, Moten obviously with that bad ankle, David, in the previous game. He came up late. He was trying to stand on one leg, not putting any pressure on that. I think it's his right ankle, and he just finally sat down on the turf. I think he's going to have help to get off the field.
John, he played that whole snap, like Harry said, lifting his right foot and bouncing up and down on his left leg.
Yeah, he's the one that went down in that last game they had, and late in that game. And it didn't look like he would be able to come back from that. But he started tonight, and looks like he entered the same ankle.
Well, he gave it a gallant try. We don't know if we'll see him the rest of the way or not, but he really was in a lot of pain. And checking in for Miami number 11, David Blay. Blay is a 5th-year senior from Levittown, Pennsylvania, transfer from Louisiana Tech. Spent some time in Ruston.
The Rebels got a 3rd down conversion here, David. Looks like about 3rd and 5?
3rd and 4 from the 31-yard line.
First big 3rd down conversion of the contest.
Armando Blunt has checked in too, a sophomore from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He's the one that's actually in for Moten, not Blay. They came with Blunt instead of Blay. Caden Lee is in the backfield with Lacey at the moment. There's a 3rd and 4 coming up. Lee clears out to go left. Chambliss wants to throw, being chased, in trouble, throws it away near sidelines. A little bit too long. He's going to have to get it out of there quicker than that. And Toure had pressure on him, and the Rebels will have to punt away.
Yeah, Miami walked both linebackers up, David. Sometimes you walk up and then drop back in coverage, but those 2 linebackers from Miami absolutely came on the blitz, got 2 at quarterback, and then we picked up a...
You know, John, 2 receivers were on the turf, got knocked down in that route.
Yeah, didn't really have anybody to throw to, and we got beat right up the middle. And maybe a bust on the assignment up there up front, but yeah, they got pressure right up the middle, and he couldn't do anything but have to throw it away.
Intentional grounding.
We also got a flag on Ole Miss for intentional ground against Chambliss. He didn't get out of the box, and I don't know if he got it across the line of scrimmage, just kind of threw it toward the Miami sidelines. So that penalty will bring the ball back, 4th and 17 for Ole Miss. And now punting it away is Bird off the side of the foot. Malachi Toney back to receive, and it's going to be caught by Toney. He's tackled at the 37. Bird, the Sydney, Australia senior, 46 averages, longest is 65. And Malachi Toney, a 15.1 average, longest 55 on that one. And Miami's going to end up with pretty good field position. Deuce Alexander made the tackle for Ole Miss.
Yeah, not the best effort by Bird, but Miami gets the football, David, as you said, good field position at the 36. Malachi Toney, he's the guy to keep an eye on, number 10.
They end up with it at the 36-yard line, so that's only a net of 34 on that punt. Chris Graves going to start for Braxton at receiver for Ole Miss. Beck's going to hand it off. Dodging a tackle and pushing it to the 40-yard line is Fletcher. And he'll get a pickup of 4, 2nd and 6.
Yeah, we had a defender it came through. I think it was Franklin originally, or maybe it was Eccles, but they got there quickly, but Fletcher was able to bounce it outside and picked up a nice run on the first down.
Matthew McCoy started left guard for Miami too, junior from St. Augustine, Florida. He plays right guard and left guard. He draws the start in this game. Franklin, Eccles, and Perkins combined on that stop. 2nd and 5 from the 40. Quick pass, out route, far side, caught over there, and that will be Marion, and he's got the first down as he's pushed out of bounds around midfield. Quick out route and a nice play there.
And that's Miami's offense, David. They're going to put people in motion. They're going to change the look in the backfield, but it's going to be quick hitters out, just a little 5-yard out, try to get you out there in space and make those corners miss.
So just shy of the 50-yard line to the 49 was a 9-yard gain, first down for Miami. That moves the chains. No score, 12:37 to go first quarter and running. 2 receivers right. One is the tight end, Ballman. Comes in motion to the near side. Now a pass down the middle. He's got his man, overshoots him just a little bit around the 25-yard line, intended for Malachi Toney. He got kind of a little bit of a shove off on Braxton, and then the throw went a little bit high. It'll be 2nd down and 10 on the incompletion.
Yes, the safety Williams was running with him and then just stopped. I'm not sure why he stopped, but the ball sailed, fortunately for the Rebels, over the head of Malachi Toney.
Elijah Lofton comes in at tight end for Ballman. He's a sophomore from Las Vegas. 22 catches, 3 touchdowns for him. He wears number 9. He's an H-back left. Pistol formation as Fletcher's right behind Beck. Beck takes the snap. Here comes pressure. And he's going to hand it off straight ahead to about the 48 of Ole Miss goes Fletcher. Stacked up, but a pretty good surge by that offensive line. They feel real good about their presence on the offense and defensive line. Harrison Perkins combined on the tackle there. That'll be a gain of 3, and Miami's left with a 3rd down and 3.
Yeah, the first 3rd down real conversion here from Miami. Rebels would desperately like to get off the field, force a punt.
See the Rebels get the stop, trips to the left, a little bunch set. Malachi Toney is in that group as well. Off the right shoulder of Beck is Fletcher. 3rd and 7 from the Ole Miss 48 for Miami. There's the snap. Beck wants to throw. He's going to step up, thinks about running. He takes off. He's going to be hit and drop around the 42, 43. We'll see where they officially spotted. It's going to be close, but looks like he's going to be just a little bit shy. TJ Dottery on the tackle. And let's see, it may be close enough for Miami to think about going for it. They put it at the 43-yard line, so it was a 5-yard gain. Miami is left with a 4th down and 2.
Carson Beck found a running lane, David. Everybody was running down the field with the receivers. He just simply tucked the ball and ran it up the field. That's not what he does often, but he had a clear field and he got it up within 4th and 1.
Ballman is back in as a tight end. They add another tight end, the freshman Westchester, Ohio, number 88. Gilbert's in there. They're going for it. There's the handoff right up the middle. I don't know. Stacked up. There's a little bit of a surge. He may have got it on the second effort. Looks like Fletcher got it on the second effort. A good shove by the Miami offensive line. John, looked like we had him stop for a moment, but it didn't stick.
Yeah, we did. Good second effort there by the offensive line of Miami in the running back. And he just barely got it over what he needed to get, but we got a player down. Looks like Andrew Jones is down for the Rebels.
Eccles and Franklin on the tackle.
Timeout on the field.
Andrew Jones is shaken up, and they're out checking on him, and we got a timeout. Miami moves the chains. When we come back, they'll have it 1st and 10 at the Rebel 41. No score with 10:49 to go in the first quarter. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In the end zone, touchdown!
Ole Miss, Miami. This is the College Football Playoff on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield, presented by Trustmark Bank.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs is probably the best thing you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You say you never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tonight's live Fiesta Bowl broadcast of the college football semifinal is presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust, advice that works. Miami has it officially at the 40 after what was a 3-yard gain at Ole Miss's 40. 1st and 10. No score in the game. 10:30 to go here in the first quarter. Handoff right side, and close to a 5-yard gain is Jarmar Marty Brown. Brown came in late in the Ohio State game in the fourth quarter. 3.5 minutes to play. Was used a lot. He got the game-winning, game-clinching touchdown, I should say, from Omaha, Nebraska. 105 carries, 415 yards, 6 touchdowns. Those are all second highs. He's got 2 touchdown catches. Nice hard run there for a 5-yard pickup to the 35-yard line. It'll be, or actually put him at the 36-yard line. So it'll be 2nd down and a short 4. It's tackled by Kite and Williams. Kane's ready again. Swing it out near side. That's Tony. Tony angles back toward the middle. He's going to be a little bit shy of the first down, looks like, around the 31-yard line. 5-yard gain, and Miami's left with a 3rd down and 1. Harris, Daughtery, Perkins combining on the stop.
Well, that's a Miami bread and butter play right there, David. They want to get the ball out to Tony in space, get some tackles out there, leading him back up through the defensive formation, and that's exactly what they just did. Rebels reacted to it very well, and nice tackling out there in midfield.
3rd down and 1 from the 31. They've got 3 tight ends in here on a 3rd and short. Wide right will go Tony. Under center is Beck. Brown is still the running back from the 31 of Ole Miss. 3rd and 1. The handoff, bouncing it, or fake on a handoff. Now swing route out to Brown after faking him. He's going to get the first down. We tried to undercut him and get the tackle. Gushikin had an angle on him but could not come up. Well, Ryan did. Sage Ryan did. Couldn't quite come up with a tackle. And Miami's going to move the chains on this one.
Yeah, another 3rd down conversion on this drive from Miami. Good job of faking in the backfield and just hit the ball on the back heel. Did Beck. Had a guy flashing down the center of the field. We picked him up, but left the receiver open or the running back open in the flat.
So they move the chains again. 1st and 10. Clock running with 8:29 to go. The ball is actually at the 27-yard line. And there's going to be a handoff to Fletcher. Fletcher with a short pickup there. But Miami does this, just kind of little dink and dunk, if you will. Handoff, get a few yards. Little short pass, John. They're trying to get, significant 4, 5, 6 yards on 1st and 2nd down.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of it. Getting good push up front, like you said earlier. But they huddle, they break the huddle, and just run downhill at you a lot.
4-yard pickup to the 27. And Miami will have 2nd down, or to the 22, I should say. 2nd down coming up here. There's a handoff again to Fletcher. Makes one man miss. Dives straight ahead inside the 20 to about the 19-yard line. That'll leave them with a 3rd down and 2 as T.J. Daughtery on the tackle. Got a 3-yard pickup there.
David, left tackle 6'8", right tackle 6'7", both in the 340-pound range, so they got a lot of girth along that offensive line. They just simply want to turn and hand it to a 225-pound running back and try to find a little seam there to keep pounding at you. kind of like what Georgia wants to do. They wanted to wear you down. It's exactly Miami's game plan so far.
It's a long 2, 3rd down and almost 3 for Miami from the Ole Miss 19-yard line. No score with 7:06 to go. It's a direct snap to Tony, and Tony is going to be hit in the backfield and dropped by Cam Franklin. Huge play for the Rebel defense.
Good job there. It's going to be the Wild Rebel, the Wildcat, whatever you, Wild Hurricane. But Tony was tackled in the backfield for a loss by big number 5. He was dinged up last week at the Sugar Bowl, but he recovered from that and made a big play right there to force the field goal.
Loss of a yard to the 20, so 4th and 3, and they'll attempt the field goal. It's Carter Davis. He's 4 for 5 from this range. 16 of 21 on the year. This is going to be about a 38-yarder. His longest is 53. Got the game winner against Notre Dame early in the year. There's the kick. Distance is good, and it is through the uprights, and Miami strikes first. The Canes lead by a score of 3-0 here in quarter number 1. 6:22 to go in the first quarter. We'll take a break. You're listening to Ole Miss Football from Learfield.
Inspired by the moments that matter. The last-second touchdowns, the rivals outranked, the play fakes that surprised everyone. Especially the other guy's defense. At C-Spire, we connect you with all of it, on and off the field. With nationwide 5G wireless, fiber home internet, and business IT solutions. Because we're not just in your town, we're on your team. C-Spire, customer inspired.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Ole Miss pride. When I'm carrying the Ole Miss Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Ole Miss gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra hottie toddy from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go Rebels to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
This is the College Football Playoff Semifinals. The action returns after this timeout from your local station on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust. Advice that works.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Glendale, Arizona. We owe you a station ID. Let's pause 10 seconds for that as you're listening to Ole Miss Football from Learfield. Miami killed a lot of the clock on that drive. They go 13 plays, 44 yards, get close enough for a 38-yard field goal from Davis. 6 minutes and 59 seconds on that drive. Now the Rebels will try to answer as Miami is up 3-0.
Yeah, nothing that excited about this Miami offense, but very deliberate. They just want to burn clock, keep this Rebel offense over the sideline. Unfortunately, the Rebels were 3 and out on the first drive. We're getting ready to receive the kickoff.
Davis ready to kick it. Back to receive is Hartrip for Ole Miss. That one also goes into the end zone. The Rebels will crank it up at the 25-yard line. John, what are you seeing in the trenches right now out of the two teams?
Yeah, well, they like you said, 13-play drive right there. They pretty much controlled the line of scrimmage right there down the field. But yeah, we just need to protect better. Look like they got pressure right up the middle on us, and you can't have that.
We'll take a timeout as we do have another one here as we'll be back. You're listening to Ole Miss Football from Learfield.
Vaught Hemingway Stadium,
home of the Rebels, where over 64,000 voices rise to a crescendo, helping turn big plays into Mississippi mayhem. Ford trucks have an iconic tradition too, like Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Rebels, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 and 2024 total sales.
The Mississippi Farm Bureau Health Plan is something my husband and I are grateful to have. Healthcare coverage costs have climbed, but Farm Bureau has a long history of stepping in when Mississippians need them. Since 1922, they have helped families get the coverage that protects what matters. And now they're doing it again with the Mississippi Farm Bureau Health Plan, affordable, dependable health coverage created for Mississippians. Built on the values we share, faith, family, and Farm Bureau. Strong roots, stronger health. Visit your local Farm Bureau office today and see how this plan can work for you.
You're listening to Ole Miss Football on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
When I met both of them, it was like my missing pieces were found. Like it was just like an instant, these are my kids. If you're considering adopting a teen, just do it. Kids need families. I don't care the age, everybody deserves a family.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Rebels have a chance to answer, down 3-0 in this football game with 6:22 to go in the first quarter. Miami on top. Injury updates are brought to you by Richard Schwartz and Associates, your Mississippi injury law firm. One call, that's all. Let's check on Andrew Jones with John Darnell.
Yeah, Andrew Jones walked into the locker room with the team doctor. He was limping pretty bad, and just a right ankle sprain.
All right. Winston Watkins is coming for Ole Miss, the freshman from Fort Myers, Florida. He's got 25 catches, 1 TD, a receiver, and Deuce Alexander for the first time, sophomore from Douglasville, Georgia. Led the team with 7 catches, 87 yards against Tulane. Had the longest touchdown catch in Ole Miss history with 88-yard grab in the Egg Bowl. His dad, Hilton, of course, played in the NFL for the 49ers and the Saints. Deuce Alexander. Gun formation for Chambliss. There's the snap. The Rebels went 3 and out in the last one. Quick pass downfield. Got it to Lacey. A big collision at the 25. He breaks the tackle. Miami gets 3 or 4 to push him back. They never got him on the ground. Xavier Lucas and Wesley Basaint finally slowed him down. See where they officially spot this one. Looks like the 28-yard line. A little catch by Lacey. It'll be second down. And 7 after a 3-yard pickup. Canes hit hard, don't they? Fake on a handoff. Chambliss runs right, gets to the edge, is hit and pushed out of bounds before he gets to the first down marker. Whole game's been played on the opposite end of the field, which is as far as we're behind the end zone on the other end of the field, so we're having to kind of wait to see where they spot the ball. Jacoby Thomas on that tackle there. They put it the 29-yard line, so that ended up being only a 1-yard gain, and the Rebels have 3rd down and 6 from the 29-yard line as Miami's trying to get a second 3 and out. The snap to Chambliss. Here comes pressure. Fires. It's going to be incomplete at the 33. Quick hitter to Deuce Alexander, hit route. They had 2 white jerseys over there, Thomas and Lucas, to break that one up. 4th down. The Rebels will have to punt away.
Yeah, Trinidad had to get rid of the ball. In fact, it might have been a tilt, David. They brought a corner blitz, I think, with the free safety there, and he came off the corner right in the face of Trinidad Chambliss. Good to see it once again right here, number 0.
That was Keontae Scott, the Rover.
The Rover, yes, got right there. Hit Chambliss.
Almost a late hit. Here's the punt by Bird down the near sideline. Sidewinding kick that goes out of bounds. This is going to be marked up the field a little bit. Back to receive it was Tony. but it goes out of bounds around the 25-yard line, but they'll mark it up the field. We'll see where they officially spot it.
It's like about the 23 right here.
Yeah, they gave him a pretty good spot there.
Good punt there.
We got another timeout, and we will keep it here as we remind you the Rebels Can Do comes in red. Fourth downs are sponsored by Mid-South Ag Equipment, your North Mississippi Case IH equipment dealer. Getting the job done starts with choosing the right red tractor. Let Mid-South Ag Equipment
so what we
help find the right red tractor for your operation with locations in Byhalia, Tunica, Clarksdale, and Sumner, or visit them online at midsouthag.com because Can Do comes in red. So that was a 48-yard punt with no return. They'll start at the 23-yard line, 1st and 10.
So what we've seen so far in 2 possessions by the Rebels, David, when it becomes an obvious third down, passing down, they bring in blitz both times. First time it was the 2 backers came right up the middle on Trinidad. This time they brought the rover off the edge and was able to get to him and force him before he wanted to throw the football. Had to throw it into traffic. It was low and incomplete, but the Rebels have punted again, have not picked up a first down yet in the contest.
Try to get Miami off the field. They've kind of been grinding on us. In fact, time of possession is 7:21 for Miami, 2:28 for Ole Miss. They've got the icons reversed on Stats Broadcast. Maybe they'll fix that eventually. And right now, total yards, Miami's got 44, and the Ole Miss has got -3.
The Rebels did on the first couple downs on both series, David, were not very productive. 2-yard pass to Kawan Lacey to start this one, and then a run by Chambliss up on the side of the Rebel sideline. Only picked up 1 yard. Then the third down incompletion. But playing on our end of the field after nice kickoffs by Miami and simply just had to punt it away. Now you got to play defense. This is important. You don't want Miami to burn another 7 or 8 minutes and go down and pick up points. You want to get a stop quickly.
This Miami defense has been tremendous in the college football playoffs so far as well. And they just got good team speed. They got great front group, and it feels like they're playing 15, Harry.
Well, they do. They take a lot of gambles, David. They blitz them all over the field. They got a lot of speed, as you mentioned, but they'll blitz in most situations, and you're expecting that. And so the Rebels have got to get the ball either out quicker or pick those blitzers up quickly.
Okunlola is back on the field for Miami at left guard. Ball will be at the 23-yard line, first down for the Canes. They lead 3-0 with 5:11 to go in the first quarter. Jamarius Brown's in for the first time, sophomore from Moss Point, Mississippi at defensive tackle, and Deshaun Womack at defensive end from Baltimore, Maryland, the transfer from LSU, and Nick Cole is in at safety for Sage Ryan. Miami 3, Ole Miss nothing. They break huddle and come to the line of scrimmage. Off the right shoulder is Brown. Fletcher ran the ball a good bit earlier. They're using Marty Brown now. There's a handoff left to Brown, and he's got some room as he gets across the 30 to the 31-yard line. That's going to be about an 8-yard gain. Nick Cole on the tackle for Ole Miss.
Yeah, exactly what we saw a week ago, David. Just run the weak side, kind of overload everything to the wide side of the field and come back to the weak side with that running back. And we looped around from that right tackle, and that left a pretty big hole there, and he got past the linebacker.
They put him back, said his knee went down at the 30, so 7-yard gain will be 2nd and 3 for the Canes. Snap to Beck, fakes the handoff, quick pass near side, tight ends got it, and lunging ahead and steaming across the 35 to 37 is Alex Ballman, and he'll get the first down. Taj Chambers, who's in the game at linebacker, junior from Arlington, Texas, on the tackle for Ole Miss. And we'll see where they officially spot this one. Looks like it's going to be at the 37, so it was a 7-yard gain, first down.
Yeah, tight end, they just throw a little 5-yard flat route to him, and he follows blockers down the field and pushes the ball for the first down. They move the chains.
Wide right goes C.J. Daniels, a former LSU Tiger. Wide out to the right. 2 receivers left, short side of the field. There's a snap, a fake on a pitch. Beck over the middle, and he's got his man. It's going to be caught, and a flag is going to fly as we got a player down and maybe a targeting at midfield. It's Nick Cole who hit Tony as the ball got there. And to be honest with you, Cole's taking the worst of it. He is on the ground right now. And it was kind of a bang-bang play, and they did throw a flag on that one. Tony held on to it, and so they'll have a first down.
Personal foul, targeting, defense, number 19. The play will be under further review.
There is no 19. It should be 29.
Correction,
Cole.
number 29.
There you go. And Cole is really shaken up, being helped off the field. We'll get a replay here in the booth to see. Kind of faked a toss to Brown, then threw over the middle, and then there was just a face mask to face mask collision as he was trying to get the ball at the same time. I don't know about targeting on that one. We'll see. But as he came in, he came hands first. It was face mask to face mask. Wasn't the crown of the helmet, so we'll see how they determine that one. It wasn't a lunge. I mean, he was just trying to knock the ball away. If he gets ejected for that one, that's a tough break for Nick Cole. But he's also out of the game via injury as well. What'd you think, JD? You saw that one field level.
Yeah, it was just a bad collision right there. It was a good play by them. Fake the toss, and like you said, get it to their best receiver down the field. We hit him, but he's a good receiver, and he just held on to the football. It's going to be a big gainer, especially if they tack this 15 onto it.
Yeah, this guy reclassified, y'all. He should have been a senior in high school this year. That's how talented number 10 is, Tony. But looked like just came across the field with his face mask. He definitely did not hit him with the crown of the helmet. So we're going to get the call right here.
40 to the 49-yard line, gain of 14.
After review, there is no foul for targeting on the play. The results of the play is a first down.
So a 14-yard pickup. And it did look, first value may be targeted, but they go by. That's why you got the replay. And we agreed. We didn't think it really was either. But a 14-yard, what a hold by Tony to catch that ball, though. Gracious.
Yeah, and a good throw there by Carson Beck. Had to get it over the linebacker. T.J. Daugherty had dropped back in coverage, but just zipped it right over the top of him. And a good catch by the freshman to hold on to it.
And so the Rebels will have to bow up as Miami's moved across the 50-yard line to the 49. 1st and 10. Cole goes into the injury 10 on the Ole Miss side. And now in is JoJo Trader, a wide receiver, sophomore from Opelika, Florida. He is wide out right. 1st and 10 for the Ole Miss 49. Handoff running left is Brown. Comes back to the middle. He's got a big opening. Breaks the tackle. Flags are down as he gets all the way to the 30-yard line. Boy, we had him, but he knocked off a tackle. It's one of the things Pete told us in the pregame interview. We've got to tackle. But this one's coming back.
Holding. Offense, number 87. 10-yard penalty. First down.
That would be Ballman, the tight end on that. That's a huge break. That would have been a 19-yard pickup.
David, good job of the defensive front slanting towards the run, but then the running back was able to cut it back to the wide side of the field. But we see the hole right there on T.J. Daugherty. Simply got him by the jersey as he cuts back away from Daugherty, the running back.
From the spot, it ends up being a 6-yard penalty back to the 45. Mark Fletcher now is back in at running back. First down and 15 for Miami now from the 45. First down actually in 16 for the Canes. There's the snap, quick pass far side, little screen set up, trying to work back toward the middle, but nothing there for Trader as the Rebels got several blue jerseys underneath, led by Womack, to make the tackle. They'll have a little bit of a pickup to the 48 of the Canes. A 3-yard gain will leave them with 2nd and 13.
Yeah, good job there with the Rebel defense. The speed on the Rebel defense has been prevalent all year. Was able to reverse there those front guys and get out to make the tackle after a very short pickup.
Canes at their 48-yard line. Clock running with 2:27 to go to first quarter. Miami leads 3-0. Beck claps the hands. There's the snap. He's got plenty of time in the pocket. Now steps forward, thinks about running, loops it near side, threw it low. It's going to be a lateral, though, and breaking the tackle is Fletcher to get up to midfield. As we had a diving effort at him, Graves is the one that makes the tackle. One of our guys dove at it, I believe, Franklin, and it was ruled a backwards pass, which it absolutely was, but we flashed and missed him. And as it came over here to the near side, and he scooped it up like a shortstop and ran ahead. It was Perkins who missed him first, but he ends up getting it to the about the 47 of Ole Miss. So he ended up picking up 5 yards out of that crazy play. It'll be 3rd down and 8, though, for the Canes. Now we got flags flying on the snap. Maybe a false start against Miami.
False start. Offense, number 70. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Well, the Rebel faithful are in here with a lot of noise, David. Hopefully that's helping this defense. The left tackle for Miami got a little ahead of himself, so hopefully the noise has been a factor here. What I consider a hometown crowd.
5-yard penalty, the 48 of Miami. Now the Canes have 3rd down and 13. A couple of penalties hurt Miami. They've got trips to the right, a bunch set, not too far off the right tackle. The running back is Fletcher. Beck says something to him. Now Carson gets in the gun formation. Play clock running down. The handoff is to Fletcher. The Rebels gobble him up just shy of midfield. It's William Eccles who got there first. It'll be a 1-yard gain to the 49 of the Canes. It's 4th and 12.
Yeah, great job there by William Eccles and company. Just Miami had a 3rd and long, and they decided to hand it off to Fletcher and see what could happen. William Eccles gobbled it up quickly.
Harrison Wallace back to receive this punt. He's got an 8.1 average. His longest return 26. And punting is Dylan Joyce, a junior from where? Australia. Yep. 43.9 average. His longest is 73. There is the snap from Adam Booker, and he kicks it away, end over end. Fair catch called for. It's going to hit at the 3 and go the end zone. Nice job there by Harrison Wallace to slow down the cover team as he ran forward and gave a fair catch sign. It was over his head, hit at the 5, but went into the end zone. And so Ole Miss will get it back. Rebels trail 3-0. Miami feels like they're more physical in the game with 24 seconds to go here in the first quarter. That was a 51-yard punt with no return. Let's see if the Rebels can get some offense going here.
Certainly got to stop there, David. Kind of got the crowd from the Rebels back in it. We've got to get some offensive production. It's been 2 3-and-out so far in the first quarter.
Ball be at the 20-yard line for Ole Miss. Rebels come to the line of scrimmage. Ball in the middle of the field. Trips to the left with 3 receivers left. Chambliss, who's 2 of 3 in the game so far. Rebels have not had any offense. Handoff is to Lacey. Starts right, spins, gets across the 20 to the 21-yard line. And that's not much there. Tackled by Toure. Picks up 1. The line of scrimmage was the 20, so 2nd down and 9. Just can't find a good first or second down play. And now we got a jump off sides on the snap. Going early was David Blay, who's in the game. See if he's pulled off or he is literally off sides, but he made contact.
Offside. Defense, number 11 with contact. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
5-yard penalty will move it to the 26-yard line where it'll be 2nd down and 4.
And you would think the nose tackle lined up right over the center would be able to see that, David, but good job of Trinidad of clapping his hands twice, and Rebels did not jump. Miami offsides.
That's the end of the first quarter.
Will wind down. 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 there. So after 1, Miami leads Ole Miss by a score of 3-0. Rebels will have a 2nd down and 4 coming up from the Rebel 26. We start the second quarter. This is Rebel football from Learfield.
It's 6:30 and the branch is closed.
Yep.
And you couldn't find your debit card.
Nope.
But you're going to get cash.
Yep. Cadence Bank Live Teller has extended hours, and I can get cash from my account with my driver's license.
My bank can't do that.
Nope.
With over 300 Live Teller locations with extended hours, there's opportunity here. Find a Live Teller near you at cadencebank.com/liveteller. Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
This is Rebels football on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
This message is for Shauna, my mom, who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You told me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
About ready to start the second quarter here, where Miami leads Ole Miss 3-0 in the college football playoff game in Arizona. We're in the Vrbo Fiesta Bowl at State Farm Arena. Mississippi Baptist Medical Center was selected as the #1 hospital in Mississippi and the #1 hospital in the Jackson, Mississippi region by U.S. News and World Report for the 7th year in a row. For more information, visit baptistonline.org, MBMC. Ole Miss, not a very good first quarter offensively for sure. The Rebels had -9 yards rushing, 8 yards passing for -1 yard on 7 plays. That's Miami doing a heck of a job against a powerful offense. No first downs for the Rebels. We had the ball only 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Miami had it 12:08 and had 84 yards on 19 plays and 5 first downs. Chambliss 2 of 3 for 8 yards. Beck 6 of 7 for 41 yards. And the Rebels have a 2nd and 4 from the Ole Miss 28 as we get ready, or 27 as we get ready to start the second half. Or second quarter. Up the middle, Lacey. He breaks in the clear. He may go. He's to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown, Ole Miss, right up the gut. We talked about that in the pregame, that you might hurt Miami right in the middle.
Got to run right at him, David. That's exactly one of the keys to this offense. And we ran right through the A gap, and Kawan Lacey was in the secondary and simply won the foot race. All the way to the end zone, Rebels score.
73-yard touchdown for Kawan Lacey. A Rebel Rags touchdown. When you touch down in Oxford, be sure to make Rebel Rags your first stop. Rebel fans celebrating 20 years with Rebel Nation. Rebel Rags, anything, everything, Ole Miss. Point after attempt for Carnero. Bird is the holder. Carter Short, the snapper, and he drills it through, and Ole Miss has flipped the switch in this one. It's Rebels 7, Miami 3. Let's check with John Darnell, who watched that one field level.
Yeah, just ran right up the middle, and once he broke the play in the line of scrimmage, he foot race. But we still don't have a first down, but we got 7 points. But big play right there by a great back, and good job by the offensive line just to give him just a big hole to run through, and then Lacey did the rest.
Well, statistically, they do give you the first down, too, on that score.
Okay.
So anyway, so it's the bank first down, but more importantly, it's 6. 4th longest run in Fiesta Bowl history. Rebels go 2 plays in 34 seconds, 80 yards with that 73-yard run to take a 7-3 lead. Looked like on the replay, Harry, that you got really nice blocking in the middle by Bryce Sanders, the center.
We did, David. Left guard, Delano Townsend, they did a great job of opening up a crease, and he hit it, went right past the linebackers, never saw him. Then the safeties went, hey, here comes a running back. He ran right by them and just a foot race at that point. The Rebels certainly needed to get a spark with that offense. They got it right there with number 5.
Lucas Carnero is set to kick. Back to receive is Keelan Marion. That'll go out the back of the end zone. Marion has a 25-3 average, longest return 38. You don't get to return too many of these days. In fact, Carnero, that was his 99th kick, and he gets touchbacks 89% of the time, the Cornelius, North Carolina native.
Well, he was such a weapon last week in the Sugar Bowl with two record-setting kicks, and then obviously he won the game there at the end with that 37-yard or 47-yard field goal. But Rebels go up by the score now after the big Kawan Lacey run.
7-3 Ole Miss. 10 seconds into the second quarter. Now Miami's turn. You got Joshua Moore in the first time as a receiver. Also Jaden Yates as a linebacker the first time for Ole Miss. Junior from Columbus, Ohio. Beck wants to throw deep out. It's going to be incomplete, or did he catch it? They said he caught it at the 31 line. It's C.J. Daniels. We've had to deal with him in the past. Chris Graves was there. Looked like Graves might have an angle on it. Chris is from Fort Myers, Florida is a transfer from Miami, but he spent his freshman year at Miami, was redshirted, did not play for the Canes. This is going to be spotted at the 32, so a 7-yard gain, 2nd and 3. Ladarian Clardy now is in as that star safety, the freshman from Pensacola, Florida. Handoff right up the gut. Big opening there across the 35 to the 40 to the 44-yard line is Fletcher. It's a first down, about a 12-yard gain.
Yeah, Fletcher, the big 6'2", 225-pound back, David. He just gets hit early and keeps those legs churning, got into the secondary of the Rebels and certainly moved the chains. This is Miami football. They just want to pound at you, get you out of position and get into the secondary for a nice game.
He got 11 yards to the 43, so first down for Miami from their own 43. Perkins on the tackle with clarity. Ball on the right hash for Beck. He's in a pistol formation with Fletcher right behind him. There's the snap. Fake to Fletcher. Beck wants to throw. He's got no pressure. Crossing route near side. There was early contact by Perkins as he hit Fletcher out of the backfield. Really, John, I don't know if he had to do that. He had an angle on the ball.
If he catches it, he's going to make the tackle right there for a short gain.
And spot of the foul. First down.
Yeah, definitely hit him early, and bad penalty right there because we'd have tackled him right there if he would have caught it.
That'll put it at the 47. It's only 3 yards downfield, so that's a very short penalty. Automatic first down, though. And they end up gaining 4 out of that penalty, but I'm not so sure if he angled in front of the ball. The ball came behind the receiver. Was not thrown very well by Beck. He had a chance if he's not making contact to maybe intercept that ball if he played the ball.
I'm like you, David. If he's looking at the ball, I think he would have thrown it right to our Perkins.
So Miami trailing 7-3. He's got the ball at their own 47. Quick pass, far side incomplete. He led Tony too much. That was a heater. He's trying to get out to Tony in the slot, let him run with it, but he threw it in front of him. They weren't on the same page maybe. 2nd down and 10 from the 47 of Miami.
Yeah, definitely a fastball out there, too far and front and low also. That's what they want to do is get the ball to Tony out there in space and let him work.
He got a left hand on it, but no chance to catch that one. Not a real good throw by Carson Beck. From the 47 of the Canes, 2nd and 10 for Miami. 13:26 to go in the second quarter. Ole Miss leads 7-3. There's the snap. Beck wants to throw. Quick hitch route caught at the 50, across the 45 to the 42 is Joshua Moore. We did not pick up him quickly enough, and he will get the first down, a gain of about 11. Wydette Williams on the stop. We'll see where they spot this one. They actually put it at the Ole Miss 42-yard line. It is an 11-yard gain, first down Canes.
Yeah, the Rebels brought a blitz off the corner, and Carson Beck threw it right to where the blitzer came from, David. Wasn't a great throw, but a good catch, and he moved the chains.
Miami in Ole Miss territory now at the 42-yard line. They bring a man in motion, the near side, Trader. There's the snap. Beck running out to his right, in trouble, sets, fires down the near sidelines, one-on-one, incomplete at the 5-yard line. Trying to get it to Malachi Tony and Clardy, the freshman from Pensacola. That's freshman versus freshman in a college football semi, Harry, but it's incomplete.
Yeah, Clardy's not played a lot of snaps this season, David, but here in the playoffs, he's getting more and more time on the field, and you saw right there running step for step with Tony, who can really blister.
Beck sidestep pressure from Harris and set up and fired it, but he overshot it. So 2nd and 10 for Miami from the Ole Miss 42. Rebels leading 7-3, 12:43 to go here in the second quarter. Fake on a handoff. Beck's going to keep it and run right. Now dives. He slides, but he doesn't get the benefit, or doesn't lose yardage because he slid forward. They're going to put it at the 41 where he went down. It wasn't a feet first slide, it was a head first slide. 3-yard gain, and Miami now has 3rd down and 7. TJ Dottery got him on the ground.
Yeah, good job of converging once Beck took off. He's not a blazing runner as we saw, but good job of getting him on the ground. It's 3rd and long here for the Miami offense.
Selective runner, I guess is the way to put it. The ball at the 39 of Ole Miss, 3rd down and 7 for Miami. There's the snap to Beck. He looks right, looks over the middle, got his man wide open. There's a catch and a hit at the 25-yard line. We did not pick up Lofton, the tight end, kind of a slant, and Wydette Williams has the big hit, but to the 24s where they spotted a 15-yard gain, a first down for the Canes.
Yeah, plenty of protection right there as they got the slant route across. And number 2 for the Rebels chasing on that, but simply could not come away with the stop.
Whitehead Williams checks out, and T.J. Banks now is in for Ole Miss. The sophomore from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, wears number 7, 4-star from Hillcrest High, getting a chance to play now. Miami, the snap goes through the hands of Beck, and he goes back and lands on it. Plus, there's a flag down as well. You know, John, he might could have scooped it up and made a play, but not the case.
There's no foul in the play. Charge timeout, Miami. They're first of the game.
Yeah,
wow.
This will be a full timeout.
He was trying to move his tight end to the other side, and they snapped the ball. They said they called timeout somewhere in there.
I think the play clock was winding down, and so Mario Cristobal got the timeout before that action happened. So with the timeout, we'll take a break. Ole Miss 7, Miami 3 with 11:18 to go in the second quarter. The Canes still have a 1st and 10 for the Ole Miss 24. When we come back, you're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Walk in the footsteps of a literary legend. Savor a meal at a Michelin Guide recognized restaurant, or end the night in style. From literary legends to chef-driven menus and Southern classics done right, Oxford offers more than effortless charm. It's a place to discover your story. Learn more and start planning your visit at visitoxfordms.com. That's visitoxfordms.com.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In the end zone, touchdown!
Ole Miss, Miami. This is the College Football Playoff on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
For Miami at the 24-yard line after the timeout. 11:23 to go in the second quarter. Ole Miss leads 7-3. Miami knocking at the door, though. There's a handoff. It's going to be straight ahead and stacked up at the 20-yard line. A 4-yard gain is Brown. Test drive Ford F-150, official truck of the Ole Miss Rebels. It's your Mid-South Ford dealer. Like the Rebels, this truck has a strong tradition earned with outstanding capability and smart features. Like a mobile generator, that's how you create a fan favorite. Go Rebs. They actually spotted at the 21-yard line, so a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7 for Miami. Ball on the right hash. Franklin and Gushikin on that tackle. Brown in the game at running back. 2 receivers wide to the left. That's the wide side of the field. The ball's on the right hash. There's the snap. Beck has time. Fires toward the end zone. He's got a man. Knocked away. Reaching out with a left arm and knocked that one away was Jalen Braxton. It was intended for Tony. It'll be 3rd down and 7. By the way, Kewan Lacey, who had his longest run of the year a moment ago, had to go into the tent. That ball actually on the replay hit Braxton in the back, not the arm. But he had to go into the tent. He's got his right hamstring wrapped, it looks like, John.
Got it wrapped. He's on the bike right now, just trying to stay loose, David.
Injury updates brought to you by Richard Schwartz and Associates, your Mississippi injury law firm. One call, that's all.
Big 3rd down conversion here, David. 3rd and long.
3rd down and 7 for Miami on that incompletion. Back to throw. He's going to be out route at the 20. Tony trying to get away. He does get away and gets the 1st down. Oh, my gosh. Banks had him stopped around the 20. He kept fighting those legs, pushes and churns. He's close to it. They gave it to him.
Yeah.
1st down to the 13-yard line. He picked up 8.
Yeah, we did a good job. That was Perkins, number 4, who had him, David, dead to right. And were very, very, very short gain, and he just simply pulled out of the tackle, rushed forward. And the freshman, who's been an outstanding player all year, they look for him on every pass and play.
Miami 1st and 10 at the Ole Miss 13. Boy, tough break there. You get the tackle. And, Pete talked about it. We got to tackle. We didn't. And Perkins is one of the best ones we got. 1st and 10, right hash. Pistol formation, handoff, run back, straight ahead. Little surge inside the 10 to the 8-yard line, a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 5 for the Canes. Tackled there in the middle by Daughtery and Uman Mielen, who's in the game. Prince Will is from Austin, Texas. Against Tulane, had a great first round. 4 quarterback hurries, a sack and a half, and a pass breakup. And against Georgia, quarterfinal, 7 tackles and a TFL. So you got Uman Mielen in the game at the moment. 2nd and 5 for the Canes from the 8-yard line. There's the snap again. Handoff straight ahead, running into traffic, but again, keeping the feet churning is Fletcher and gets to the 5. We're hitting them, but they're still picking up positive yards. Hit them at the line of scrimmage or a yard behind the line of scrimmage, and still these backs are getting positive yards. It's a 3-yard gain. So Miami has 3rd down and 2. Brown and Harris on that tackle.
Yeah, this is Miami football, David. Mario Cristobal, former offensive lineman himself, he's just put 6'7", 6'8", 330 and 40-pound guys up front. They just want to get a push with a 220-pound back and make you pay by just running it straight at you.
Ball on the right hash, 3rd down and 2 from the Ole Miss 5-yard line. Rebels lead 7-3, 8:34 to go in the 2nd quarter. There's the handoff, and straight ahead to get the 1st down before he's pushed back is Fletcher. Same story. Get hit at the line of scrimmage, but keep surging. Get a good surge out of your offensive line. McCoy is back in at left guard now. And so they'll have a 1st down to the 2-yard line. That was a pickup 3. 1st and goal from the 2.
Yeah, nothing fancy there. Just try to find a crease for the running back. As we said, 225-pound guys, and they just push forward with a little help of those offensive linemen and all. Huge offensive front, and they got the best right there.
Eccles and Franklin combining on the stop. 1st and goal to 2, ball in the middle of the field. They got the fullback in. This is a jumbo set. Oh, slipping and falling on the cut is the 3-yard line. The running back, Brown. You've got Olofatuli, number 83. It's S.J. Olofatuli. He's converted guard, but he comes into the jumbo package. And then they add a lineman. So they end up with, in their jumbo set, with technically 8 offensive linemen. But Brown slipped, a break for the Rebels. He loses 2 yards, so 2nd and goal from the 4.
Yeah, it was a break, definitely. He was going to kick it outside, ran right up the back of one of his linemen and fell down.
Caleb Graham is in the game for Ole Miss at defensive end. There's a handoff, running right to the end zone. Touchdown, Miami. It's Brown that gets in there.
Yeah, just kept those legs churning once again, David. A big scrum at the offensive line, but he found a crease, and another big back just rushed it in the end zone for the score.
Brown out of Omaha, Nebraska, transfer from North Dakota State with his 7th touchdown of the season, and the Canes are back on top. We watched the replay, and he just went over the lineman who helped push him into the end zone, or actually it looked like the tight end or the fullback that we just talked about, Olofatuli. And he just kind of helped him, shove him as he's laying on his back into the end zone. Point after attempt on the way for Carter Davis. Booker, the snapper, Joyce, the holder, and it's good. And we've got a timeout. The Miami Hurricanes now leading the Ole Miss Rebels 10-7 with 7:09 to go here in the 2nd quarter. 15 plays, 75 yards in 7:41. Brown with a 4-yard touchdown run. Impressive drive for the Canes. We'll be back. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Ole Miss pride. When I'm carrying the Ole Miss Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Ole Miss gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra hottie toddy from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go Rebels to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
We have a simple formula at Shelter Insurance. Provide personalized coverage at great rates, with local agents to help you choose the coverage you need. And if the unexpected happens, fulfill our promise to be there when you need us most. For the third year in a row, Forbes recognized Shelter Insurance as one of the world's best insurance companies for auto insurance. Find an agent near you at shelterinsurance.com.
This is the College Football Playoff Semifinals. The action returns after this timeout from your local station on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust. Advice that works.
And here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Come back. Miami leads 10-7 with 7:09 to go in the second quarter. They dominated time of possession, 1949 to 302. Injury updates are brought to you by Richard Schwartz and Associates, your Mississippi injury law firm. One call, that's all. What you got, JD?
Yeah, Andrew Jones is out. He will not come back in the game. That right ankle that he injured in the first quarter.
In street clothes, right?
Yeah. Call, by the way, is going to go back. He can go back. He's been working out on the sideline over here. We'll probably see him again.
Lacey's been on the bike and kind of running up down the sidelines. Apparently got a little bit of a hamstring issue.
Yeah, it is. They got it wrapped up, and he's up there in the huddle ready to go out for the next series.
And for the Canes, they had to carry off a tight end, Lofton, who took that hit on that big catch he made over the middle. So, physical football game. That's for sure. Carter Davis ready to kick, and this will go deep. In fact, out the back of the end zone will be a touchback, and Ole Miss will start at the 25-yard line.
Yeah, another strong leg here from Miami, just like the Rebels. He's going to get opportunities, but never bad to start on the 25. Now, Dave, we got to get a sustained drive. The Rebels scored on 3-yard touchdown run by Kawan Lacey, but the Rebel offensive line is just not getting it done at this point. And we got to get the passing game back in sync.
You got the 73-yard run. We got 72 yards of offense. That'll tell you about the rest of it.
Exactly.
155 for Miami. Logan Diggs is in for the first time, so Lacey is not coming out there. He's still nursing that leg. The redshirt senior from Butte, Louisiana, transferred from LSU and Notre Dame. Diggs, 29 carries, 179 yards, 4 touchdowns, longest run of 51. Watkins is back out as receiver as well. Gun formation for Trinidad Chambliss. He sends Watkins in motion, fakes the handoff, looks to throw, swings it out to Diggs. Diggs trying to make a move, get around his man. He does break a tackle, still working the sidelines. They're going to say he stepped out, I think, around the 31. But, boy, Diggs turned nothing into something. Gets a 6-yard pickup as he's pushed out of bounds by Toure.
Yeah, just an extension there, Davey. Wanted to go downfield, nowhere open there. Just went to his third option to Diggs as a quick out on the sideline.
They actually gave him the 32, so give him a 7-yard gain. 2nd and 3 for Ole Miss. Right hash. There's a handoff to Diggs. Straight up the gut. He's got the first down across the 35 to the 38. Did the ball come out? I don't think so.
No.
And that's another bank first down for the Rebels. Tackled by Mesidor and Aguirre.
That's a good job there by Kudus, the right guard, and Jay Williams, the right tackle, moving that pile. David and Diggs finding the crease and making them pay.
6-yard gain to the 38. First down for Ole Miss. Fake on a handoff. Chambliss throws deep to Stribling one-on-one. Overshot him on the sidelines. No chance to make a catch on that one. Stribling was going down the sidelines. He threw it toward the Ole Miss bench. He tried to angle there, but it was way out of bounds. We do have 2 flags down as well.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense, number 5. 15-yard penalty, first down.
That's huge, obviously. 15-yard penalty will give the Rebels a first down to the 47 as the Rebels pick up a bank first down via penalty. It's Justin Scott who was whistled on that one.
Oh, yeah, hit him up around took his left arm, just hit him right across the face mask, David, and knocked him down with it. It was clear to everybody in the house.
So the ball on the 47-yard line of the Canes. Rebels trying to answer, down by 3, 10-7 with 6:11 to go here in the second quarter. Daquan Wright goes out to the far sidelines. There's the snap. Chambliss wants to throw. He's got Wright over the middle, caught at the 30, and turns and lunges close to the 25-yard line. Or actually, it's not Wright. That's going to be Wallace. Trey Wallace on the catch. Aguirre and Lucas there to make the tackle. Nice job to the 27-yard line. That's a pickup of 20 and another bank first down.
Yeah, good job of Trinidad looking off those defenders, David, and then threw it through a tight window.
Quick pass near side to Watkins. Makes the first man miss, puts down a hand, but in trouble and dropped around the 24-yard line. Gets a little bit out of that, but great penetration by the Canes. Keontae Scott and Aguirre up there.
Well, you got a defense that runs so well, David. Just to be able to get away from that first tackler was big, and that turned into a positive gain.
3-yard gain to the 24, 2nd and 7 for Ole Miss. Hand off to Diggs. He's hit by the left defensive end. He tried to spin off of it but could not. He'll be dropped right there at the line of scrimmage. No gain. 3rd down. Keontae Scott got there first, and then Reuben Bain helped finish him off, that tight end. So not much there. We have not seen Lacey return to the game. It's Diggs right now. We'll check with John in just a moment. We've got a 3rd down and 7 coming up for Ole Miss from the Miami 24. 4:53 to go in the second quarter. Miami leads Ole Miss 10-7. There's the snap. Chambliss in the pocket, runs out to his right, looking downfield, wants to throw, fires it down the sidelines and threw it away. And it was intended for Trey Wallace, but no chance there. Moten had some pretty good pressure. It'll be 4th down. Let's check with JD on an injury update.
Yeah, they took Lacey into the locker room to work on another wrap on his right hamstring. That's a late hit right there. They missed. Completely missed that.
Well, Ahmad Moten had to leave the game, was back in there, and he shoved him well out of bounds and no flag by this Big Ten crew.
That definitely should have been a 15.
That 100% should have been a penalty.
Yes.
Now we got a field goal effort here from the 32, a 42-yard effort for Carnero. Had a big week last week. There's the kick, and it's on its way. He's got the distance, and the kick is good. Lucas Carnero, 27 of 30 on the year, 15 of 17 in this range. 28 field goals, 137 points for a kicker. That's Ole Miss record. He was 3 for 3 in the Sugar Bowl with a record-breaking 55 and 56-yarder plus the 47-yarder, the game winner, and he drilled that one. We're even, 10-10, 4:38 to go until halftime. We'll take a break. You're listening to Ole Miss Football from Learfield.
Hey, Rebel fans. For more than 50 years, Mississippi Asthma and Allergies board-certified team of allergists has treated patients by identifying triggers and creating personalized treatment plans. Now with 8 convenient locations across Mississippi, including Oxford, we're right next door when you need us. Treating infants to adults and Ole Miss students. Find our clinic nearest you at msaac.com. Mississippi Asthma and Allergy, helping Mississippi live life to the fullest and allergy-free.
Vaught Hemingway Stadium, home of the Rebels, where over 64,000 voices rise to a crescendo, helping turn big plays into Mississippi mayhem. Ford trucks have an iconic tradition too, like Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Rebels, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 and 2024 total sales.
This is Ole Miss Football from Learfield.
In sitcoms, when someone has a problem, they just blurt it out and move on.
Well, I lost my job and my parakeet is missing. How was your day?
But the real world is different. Managing life's challenges can be overwhelming. So, what do? We get support. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have mental health resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. See how much further you can go when you take care of your mental health.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Plays 51 yards and 231, a 42-yard field goal by Carnero, and the Rebels have tied the game 10-10 with 4:38 to go here in the second quarter. We owe you a station ID. Let's pause 10 seconds on the Ole Miss Radio Network. Carnero is set to kick and approaches the football and drills this one, and it will go through the end zone, so Miami will start at the 25.
Yeah, good drive, David, to get the Rebels right back in the football game after Miami had come down and on a long 75-yard drive, and the Rebels get the tying field goal. Now Miami with the football. You'd love to get a stop here early, get the football back. 4:38 to go in the half.
From the 25-yard line, first down.
We've got to do a better job up front. We've got to get this short run game. We've got to get a stop.
Running back is Fletcher this time for Miami. They're in that pistol formation with Fletcher right behind Carson Beck. Ball on the left hash. He's got receivers tight to the tackles. There's the handoff. Fletcher off the left side is stacked up. Not much there. He gets a yard to the 26. It'll be 2nd and 9. Daugherty on the tackle for Ole Miss.
Yeah, good job by the middle backer, Daugherty. He just flashed through an opening there on the right side of the Canes offensive line. Met Fletcher in the backfield for a very, very short game.
2nd down, 9. Beck talking to his team. Same formation. Actually, this is going to be running back off the right shoulder. There's the snap, out route near side. Got his man, caught by Marion, tackled at the 30. Keelan Marion out of Atlanta, Georgia, was hit by Graves as soon as the ball got there. Ends up being a 4-yard gain. Miami is left with a 3rd down and 5 at their own 30.
Yeah, good open field tackle there. We talked about making good tackles. Good job there getting the wide receiver down after the quick out.
Graves started his career at Miami, as we told you. Cole is back in the game for Ole Miss, so that's good to see. From the 30, 3rd and 5 for Miami. 2 receivers wide out to the left, the wide side of the field. Now they sidestep in motion. The tight end going to throw the far side, and we left him wide open for a first down. My goodness. Marion ran an out route with busted play by Ole Miss. Nobody was over there. Easy first down as Graves broke back toward the middle of the field. Let's check with John Darnell. They're going to put that at the 44. It's a 14-yard gain.
Yeah, just a deep out route and a good route by the wide receiver. And, Graves just got lost right there. And Beck had plenty of time to make a good throw for a first down.
Yeah, Graves was playing zone defense, turned inside, completely had his back to the out route.
First down for Miami at their own 44-yard line. 10-10 game, 2:50 to go, 2:52 until halftime. Quick out route to the tight end, Ballman. Ballman's knocked out of bounds on the sidelines by Todd Chambers. And they'll spot this one at the, well, let's see, officially it looks like it's going to be about the 47. So a gain of 3, 2nd and 7.
Yeah, another short passing route, David. Nothing down the field, but just continue to hit you with 3- and 4-yard gains on these short passes.
Trips to the left, twins to the right. It's an empty set for Beck. There's the snap. 3-man rush for Ole Miss. Beck's got a lot of time. Runs to his right. Fires deep over the middle. Got a man wide open. Caught, touchdown. As they got Marion on Daugherty. He could not stay with him. Easy TD at a 6-7 yard run. And boy, the Rebels had 2 terrible busted plays, or unable to cover. in the passing game, and Miami's back on top 16-10.
Yeah, secondary just went to sleep, David. Tight end just ran right by Daugherty there, but the other third and long, we had a chance to get off the field and didn't get that done either. But plenty of time to throw for Carson Beck. He did scramble out to his right for just a bit, and he's a right-handed passer. Just threw a strike down the field, and Hurricanes are lined up for the extra point.
Only the second touchdown catch of the year for Keelan Marion. Point after attempt is good for Carter Davis, and Miami's up 17-10 with 2:18 to go here in the first half. They called that officially a 52-yard strike to Marion. And, boy, John, we just did not cover well on that one, did we?
Yeah, he came from the backside. Daugherty was actually covering him on the other side of the field. And when he started scrambling, Daugherty just lost him right down the middle of the field. The receiver did a good job just running into open space, and Beck found him for the touchdown.
Yeah, Daugherty looked back in the backfield, John. That's a no-no when you're playing man coverage. He looks back in the backfield, and the receiver kept running on the post route and just simply was wide open.
Yeah, well, the good thing about it is they left us 2 minutes, so maybe we can go down and get some points right here because they do get the ball in the second half.
Yeah, excellent job by Carson Beck, though, to get in position, get away from the rush, and find the man down the middle. 5 plays, 75 yards, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, a 52-yard touchdown from Beck to Marion.
Yeah, you don't want your middle backer to have to cover receiver running deep routes, but that's exactly how we got matched up right there with the trips to the left side. And Daugherty just did that thing you can't do as a defender. You can't get your eyes back in the backfield, lose coverage, and that's exactly what happened.
Carter Davis on the kick. Again, a touchback out the back of the end zone. Kick return, might as well just start spotting at the 25, unless there's an intentional reason to kick it to him to let him try to force him to return it, because these two kickers are just dynamic.
Big legs, absolutely big legs. Now the Rebels have got to try to get down and respond to that huge play there. That's a big chunk play from Miami. Usually gets a crowd back into it. And, with the momentum, Rebels would love to answer.
All 3 timeouts left. Plus you've got the 2-minute timeout. So 2:18 to work with. Rebels trail 17-10. Caleb Odom's in for the first time. The tight end H-back sophomore from Carrollton, Georgia. Transfer from Alabama. He is a H-back right off the right tackle, Williams. Now he comes in motion to the near side. There's the snap. Fake on a handoff. Quick pass near side to Odom. Makes the grab, but he steps out of bounds. They blow the whistle at the 28-29 yard line.
Well, you got him in the flat quickly, David. He was open. Unfortunately, the big 6'5" guy just took a step backwards and hit the out-of-bounds marker.
4-yard gain to the 29. We got a time call.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
2-minute timeout. So it ended up being a 4-yard gain. Ole Miss will have 2nd and 6 when we resume action. We're at the 2-minute timeout. Our score is Miami 17, Ole Miss 10. We got a good one here in the Fiesta Bowl. We'll take a break as you're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Trey Willis, left tackle.
Marshall Jones, wide receiver.
Alex Philbin, running back.
Hi, I'm Tim from C Spire. Am I in the right place?
It always pays to have the right players on your team. That's why C Spire gives you fiber-fast home internet, nationwide 5G wireless, and best-in-class business solutions, all backed by local 24/7 support. C Spire, customer inspired.
Don't stop planning for your future. Don't stop investing in your kids' education. Don't stop dreaming of that new home. And don't stop growing your business. Whatever you're passionate or dreaming about, don't stop. Because when you have a bank you can trust, you have the confidence to take on tomorrow. Speak with a Trustmark associate today for advice on achieving your goals. Trustmark. People you trust. Advice that works. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Ole Miss football from Learfield.
My name is Ariel. I moved to the U.S. at 19. I spoke no English and I struggled finding job opportunities. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adoption of teens from foster care is a topic not enough people know about, and we're here to change that.
I'm April Dinwiddie, host of the new podcast, Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Each episode brings you compelling real-life adoption stories told by the families that live them with commentary from experts. Visit adoptuskids.org/podcast or subscribe to Navigating Adoption, presented by Adopt US Kids. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families and the Ad Council.
Ole Miss Online is here to get you ready for this career or the next by earning an affordable graduate or undergraduate degree with the University of Mississippi. You'll join others across the country in expanding your network and advancing your career. Find out more on the website, online.olemiss.edu. Chambliss, 6 of 8 for 42 yards, 3 carries for -11, though. Beck is 14 of 18 for 156 and a touchdown. Rebels trail by a score of 17-10 with 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter. The Rebels looking at a 2nd down and 6 from the 29-yard line of Ole Miss. Daquan Wright is back in the game. He's wide to the left with 3 receivers there, Lee and also Alexander. Wide right is Wallace. The lone back on the right shoulder is still Diggs. We'll get you an update on Lacey here in just a moment. Daquan Wright goes in motion, now stops behind the left tackle. Pounds. There's the snap. And it's a handoff to Diggs, working the middle, and Diggs gets across the 30 to about the 33-yard line, which will be a pickup of 4, 3rd down and 2 coming up. Basaint and Scott on the tackle. Injury updates brought to you by Richard Schwartz & Associates, your Mississippi injury law firm. One call, that's all. What about Kewan Lacey?
Yeah, they put another wrap on his hamstring, and they're going to try to do something else at halftime. He's on the sideline. He can go in. I think they're just trying to wait till halftime to put that other wrap on him.
3rd down and 2 for Ole Miss. A fake on a toss on a direct snap to Diggs. He runs straight ahead and nothing there. He faked the pitch out to Chambliss and then ran with it. Miami ate that up. Basaint and Chase Smith, who's a backup weak side linebacker, a 5th-year senior
timeout, Miami,
from
their
Palm
first.
Bay, Florida. The Rebels have
timeout.
a 4th down, and Miami's going to burn a timeout to get the ball back with 1:24 to go.
Their 2nd timeout.
So they spotted at the 33, so it ends up being basically no gain.
And, David, we did put our jumbo package in there, and Diggs just didn't run towards it. I'm not sure where the play was called, but we had those jumbo. We had number 90 and number 70 in there as blockers lined up on the left side, and Diggs just kind of went off the right side and met a linebacker right in the hole. He got turned around right there.
Devin Harper, an extra tackle, freshman from Shreveport, Louisiana, in there. And also they had Trace Bruckler in at tight end as well. And
number 90 is Therese Davis. I think he changed numbers from 55 to 90.
Oh, did he?
I saw him lined up as a tackle in the pregame.
Yeah, he's been in the jumbo in the past. So
That's
they
correct.
had him.
Not sure why he's wearing number 90 now.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, the play didn't work, Harry.
No, it didn't. Rebels going to have to punt it away, David. Miami calls timeout, 1:24 to go in the half.
Michael Toney back to receive this Oscar Bird punt. There is the snap, and the punt is a low, wobbly kick taken at the 25 on a fair catch by Toney. And that is going to be a 42-yard punt with no return. Now Miami's got a chance to extend the lead.
Yeah, they do. That's exactly what the Rebels did need to have to happen. Offensively, you need to, if nothing else, burn some clock and to try to get down for a field goal, but did not pick it up on 3rd and short. Had the jumbo package, direct snap back to Diggs, and he just made a bad cut, and the linebacker hit him in the hole and spun him around.
Spotted right at the 25 on top of the 25-yard line. So Carson Beck will lead his team out, leading 17-10. He's got a $1.19 to work with. The Canes have only 1 timeout left. He'll send 3 receivers to the left. Toney has a little H-back. They put him all over the place. The lone back in the backfield is Brown off the right shoulder. There's the snap to Beck. He has time up the middle. Now he's out of time. Right up the gut. Princeville, Umanmielen with the sack.
Yeah, good job there of twisting inside, David. He was outside the defensive end, twisted inside. Came
First timeout. Ole Miss their first 30-second timeout.
Came right by the guard who was out blocking on the defensive tackle and simply runs right into the quarterback to pick up the sack. Nice move there.
Please reset the game clock to 1 minute, 14 seconds, 1:14.
The timeout by Ole Miss to preserve some time. It's an 8-yard loss on the sack to the 17-yard line. Monmielen with the sack. That's his 9th of the year as he leads the team in that category. So 2nd down and 18. And, John, it was kind of a delayed blitz, looked like, or somehow he got to the middle, came right up the gut.
Yeah, it looked like some kind of twist right there. Good coverage. It gave us time to get back there to make the sack, but a big sack because they were full go trying to get more points. I don't know what they'll do here. They may try to just run out the clock now.
17-10. Miami leads. 2nd and 18 from the 17 of the Canes with $1:14 to go in the second quarter. Ole Miss can stop the clock, though, 2 more times. Trips to the left for Miami. Brown, the running back, and a pistol right behind Beck. He brings the tight end in motion, Ballman, and settles him behind the left tackle. There's a handoff straight up the middle. Stacked up after maybe a yard or two is Marty Brown and driven back. And let's see if the Rebels use another timeout.
Charge timeout, Ole Miss, their second.
The tackles by
30-second timeout.
Franklin and Yates, and they will call the timeout as a 2-yard pickup to the 19-yard line. Miami's got a 3rd down and 16, but Ole Miss still has one more timeout.
Yeah, they do, David. William Eccles flashed across, did not make the tackle in the backfield, but caused the running back to change locations and what gap he was trying to hit, and a couple of Rebels finished that off. But a good job by Eccles getting pressure on the running back.
We'll have our Ford halftime show coming up. Halftime show is brought to you by our Ford dealers, the Mid-South Ford dealers, where you'll find a tradition as strong as the Rebels in Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 47 straight years. Dan Courts will have that in a moment.
Got a 3rd long here, David. Certainly I want to get a stop.
From the 19-yard line, 3rd and 16. The Rebels have extra DB back there just in case they think about throwing it. There's the snap. It's going to be a handoff right up the gut, and breaking tackles but not finding an opening. Gets out to the 24 is Brown. But he killed a little bit of clock just on that run. And the Rebels will use their final timeout. It'll be a 5-yard gain to the 24.
Charge timeout, Ole Miss, their 3rd and final timeout.
So the Canes will have 4th down and 11 and will have to punt. So the Rebels get the ball back with a little time left and no timeouts to use. But Kite and Harris finally got him on the ground.
Yeah, the sack was huge in this particular defensive stand, David. That put Miami well behind the chains to get started. And, of course, they run the ball 3 straight times to burn the Ole Miss timeouts. And we'll get the football back, but a long way to go with no timeouts.
Harrison Wallace back to receive the punt, and Dylan Joyce is set to punt it away from the line of scrimmage of the 24 for Miami. 4th and 11, 1:02 to go until halftime. Miami 17, Ole Miss 10 is our score. Remember the Sugar Bowl, the Rebels trailed at the half, came roaring back in the second half to pull it out and get the win. Running to his right and now punting away, high punt, end over end. It's going to be a fair catch and taken at the 31 or 32 by Harrison Wallace. And it will be about a 44-yarder. We'll see what they officially call it, but the Rebels will have the ball with a little time left to try to get down the field, get some points.
Yeah, we surely like to, David. Worst case scenario is try to get it down for a Canero field goal. But the Rebels have got to get some quick hitters. Got to use the sidelines to get out of bounds, or at least pick up 1st downs to get the clock stopped.
44-yard punt for Miami to the 31 is where they officially place the ball. The Rebels will go to the line of scrimmage. Trips to the right for Ole Miss on the 31-yard line of the Rebels. Still no Kejuan Lacey. Diggs is still in the game. Odom's in the slot wide right with Lee. Miami with 4-5 across the front. Here comes pressure. Chambliss has time in the pocket. Dumps it to Diggs underneath. He makes the first man miss, gets to the 35 before he's knocked out of bounds here on the near sidelines. He's kind of a safety valve. Touray on the tackle there. John, what are the Covenanters pretty good downfield? It seems like that Chambliss having trouble finding people deep.
Yeah, they are, and that was a good job. And we had some success with Diggs out of the backfield this year. So he's a good receiver. So good decision by Trinidad right there just to dump it off.
4-yard gain to the 35-yard line. It will be 2nd and 6 for Ole Miss, but the clock stopped when he went out of bounds. We've got 46 seconds to go until halftime. Trips to the right again for the Rebels. There's the clap by Chambliss. Here comes pressure off the edge. He fires a hitch route. It's going to be caught at the 45 on the right-hand side on the seam over there by Wallace, tackled by Thomas immediately. It will be a 10-yard gain. Let's say they put it at the 44, so it's a 9-yard gain, a bank first down for Ole Miss. The Rebels with an empty set go right back to a quick snap to the sidelines of Wallace. He gets it, steps out of bounds around the 50. Trying to get into Carnero field goal range is what the Rebels are doing here. They'll put it to Miami 49, so 7-yard gain, 2nd and 3. Clock stops with 32 seconds left.
Yeah, good job there. Just a quick throw with 5 wide. Nobody helped protect Trinidad, but he got it out quickly for a nice out.
Lee and Stribling are wide to the left. On 2nd down and short, back to throw, Chambliss. He's got a hitch route to Lee, makes the catch to the 40 of Miami. That's a 9-yard gain. And another bank first down. That will stop the clock momentarily as the Rebels will rush up to the line of scrimmage. It's 1st and 10 at the Miami 40 with 26 seconds left. Quick snap, and he spiked it to down the ball, and that was very well done. We went from 32 seconds to 24. It'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 40. That'll basically be in range, but you'd like to get closer for.
Yes, you would. Yes, you
Carnero
definitely would. I'd like to get 7. Miami's playing zone defense all over the field. Now they're going to call their last timeout. They don't like what they see defensively.
Last timeout for Miami. Ole Miss is out, so no more TOs in this one.
Charge timeout, Miami, their 3rd and final timeout.
Miami 17, Ole Miss 10. 24 seconds to go into halftime. Be 2nd and 10 from the Ole Miss 40. They're showing Jackson Dart on the screen right now. He's wearing an Ole Miss baseball shirt. Got to love that.
Rousing ovation from the Ole Miss crowd, of course.
We told you that Jackson is here, Eli Manning here, Patrick Willis, among many, many others.
Yeah, it's good. A lot of veterans come back for this one, David. Four teams standing, and we're one of them.
What would you run here, buddy? I'm going to put you.
Well, it looks like they're dropping 8 right here, so something underneath maybe. And just keep pushing it down the field, get in field goal range.
24 seconds, you can run a few more plays maybe if you don't get tackled before the 1st down in play.
Just find some openings in that zone and make sure you get it beyond the 1st down marker. Stop that
Diggs
clock.
is still the running back. Gun formation for Chambliss. 2 receivers left, Lee and Stribling. Lee comes in motion now, back to the line. There's the snap. Chambliss is going to fire, and it's going to be deflected. Should have been intercepted. He was trying to get it to him, I think, but Dylan Day, the backup safety, who is from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, stepped in front of that, should have picked it. Probably why he's a DB and not a receiver.
He was trying to get it to Caden Lee behind. He was running another out route. Not sure why.
He had Odom open in front of that on the out, and then he's trying to get Lee a little bit further out, and flashing the pass was Day. He really should have picked that off.
That's not a good throw right there.
3rd down and 10 for Ole Miss from the 40. 19 seconds left. There's the snap to Chambliss. Out route this time dropped. The 35 in and out of the hands of Odom. 16 seconds left. It's 4th down.
Yeah, needed to have that, David, for sure. That would have picked up another 5 or 6, 7 yards. Made this maybe a little more of a chip shot. He's going to kick it from the 47.
Yeah, the field goal attempt here, the 48-yard line, it looks like, will be a 58-yard effort. He had a 55 and a 56 against Georgia in the Superdome. This would be his career longest. Carnero is 9 of 10 beyond the 50 in his career. Snap back and down. He's got the kick. He's got the distance. Is it there? It is good! Oh, my gracious! What a kick by Lucas Carnero. Backing him up to our 30. I think he'll still hit it.
Unbelievable. The guy's just absolute money, David. 50. I watched him pregame. He was backed up kicking him that long. But that upright gets awfully small when you're looking at it from 58 yards out, and he just simply nailed it right down the middle. Rebels pick up a score there to cut the lead from down to 17-13. That was big going into the half. Now you got to kick the ball off, let Miami run the clock out. They're going to get the football to start the second half, but that was a huge drive to get the 3 points.
11 seconds left to go until halftime. That cuts it to 17-13. 8 plays, 29 yards, 44 seconds. Officially a 58-yard field goal for Carnero. He just keeps breaking his record, 55, 56, 58.
I think that's the longest one on the year, right? 58?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's a silly question, but he's kicked so many over 50, it's hard to keep up with him.
17-13. In fact, Carnero now on the year is 4 of 5 from 50 or better. Here's the kickoff, and that goes out of bounds. Well, he didn't want to mishit that, but he did.
No, he didn't. That's not what you want to do. They're going to get the football to 35, may take a couple shots here.
Kickoff out of bounds. Kicking team. Ball be placed at 35-yard line. First down.
It ends up being the 58-yard field goal is the second longest in Fiesta Bowl history.
Man, who
the
kicked
record
the first
at Ole
one?
Miss is 59 by Clinton. And Jake Moody of Michigan hit a 59-yarder.
Wow, he's in the NFL today kicking. I saw him over the weekend kicking for somebody. But this young man right here, and I know that after next year will be in the NFL for sure. Miami's going to take
35-yard line, but Miami is going to take a knee, and in the half, Ole Miss and Miami will go in at the break after a physical first half. Tight game, 17-13 Miami. We're going to get John Darnell an opportunity to visit with Pete Golding right after Laura Rutledge talks with him and get his thoughts before we go to our Ford halftime show in just a matter of moments. But here at the half, 17-13 is our score. Miami with the lead in what has been an outstanding semifinal game in the college football playoffs. And JD standing there with our sports information director, Kyle Campbell. As soon as Pete gets through with Laura, we'll have a chance to be able to talk to him.
Get ESPN out of the way, David.
Laura Rutledge gets privilege here. She's been doing this for a while. She's a Florida Gator up here watching the Ole Miss Rebels.
That's right.
All right, here's John.
Hey, Coach, talk about the first half.
Yeah, didn't play very physical on defense. Obviously gave up the explosive play. Tackling's still an issue, right? Gave up some third down, so got to create more opportunities for our offense.
Thanks, Coach.
Indeed, and the time of possession is the one that really stands out. 22 minutes and 44 seconds for Miami, 7 minutes and 16 seconds for Ole Miss.
Yeah, that plays right into Miami's hands, David. Just turn to hand the football off in the formation that they line up in, and it's just 3 and 4 and 5 yards. They just gash you, and then they'll throw a little quick hitter out to number 10, Tony, and he'll pick up 3 or 4. But that's exactly what Miami wants to do. Burn clock, keep the Rebel offense over here on the sideline, and they got that accomplished the first half.
They ended up with, and Dan will have a full look at the numbers, they ended up with 228 yards of offense. Ole Miss 145. The Rebels on the field a little bit too long. They were 5 of 9 on third downs. The Rebels were 0 of 5 on third downs. And we told you the big difference in the time of possession. It was 3-0 Miami after 1. Miami outscored Ole Miss 14-13 in the second quarter, so 17-13 here at the break. Ford Halftime Show is coming up with Dan Courts next. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Ole Miss pride. When I'm carrying the Ole Miss Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Ole Miss gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra hottie toddy from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go Rebels to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
In the end zone, touchdown! Ole Miss, Miami. This is the College Football Playoff on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This halftime show is brought to you by Mississippi Ford Dealers and the Ford F-150. Like the Rebels, this truck has a strong tradition of greatness, earned by outstanding capability and features like a mobile generator. That's how you create a legacy and the official truck of Ole Miss. Go Reds! Now let's go back inside the Learfield Network studios and rejoin Dan Kortz.
And hello, everyone, and welcome inside the network studios. Your Ole Miss Rebels trail the Miami Hurricanes 17-13. Here is how we got there. Ole Miss won the toss and elected to receive, so the Rebel offense on the field first tonight, and they started with a 3-and-out. Miami on their first series able to move a little bit with the run and short passing game. They also converted on a 4th and 2 from the Reb 43, and then on a 3rd and 1 from the 31. Rebs able to stifle the Hurricanes, though, at the 20. Miami kicking a 37-yard field goal from Carter Davis to get on the board first. 3-0 Miami, 6:22 to go in the opening quarter. Rebs offense then went 3-and-out again. Miami then only needing 3 plays to get to midfield. Penalties, though, stalling their series there, and they punted in the end. Quarter also ending after one Ole Miss play with Miami still up 3-0. First play of the second quarter, a good one to get the Reb offense going.
28 as we get ready, or 27 as we get ready to start the second half, or second quarter. Up the middle, Lacey, he breaks in the clear. He may go. He's to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown, Ole Miss, right up the gut. We talked about that in the pregame.
7-3 Ole Miss, 10 seconds into the second quarter, wrapped a 2-play, 80-yard drive, taking all of 34 seconds. Miami, though, able to move quickly in response. 2 plays, they were at their own 43. 3 plays later, the Canes get to the Ole Miss side of the field. Then a conversion on 3rd and 7 with a 15-yard pass got the Canes inside the Ole Miss 25. Miami then converting another 3rd down to get to the 13 on a good play by Malachi Toney escaping a tackle. 2 plays later, the Canes were at the Ole Miss 5. Miami able to convert 3rd down again to get 1st and goal at the 2. 2 plays later, Shamar Brown finds the end zone to put Miami back ahead after another time-consuming drive. 10-7 Canes, now the score, 7 minutes, 9 seconds to go in the first half. Ole Miss getting a first down, and then a roughing the passer penalty got them to the Miami 47 on their next series. Then a 22-yard completion to Trey Wallace had the Rebs to the 27. Drive getting to the 24 before stalling. Lucas Carnero then hitting a 42-yard field goal to tie the game at 10 with 4:38 on the clock in the first half. Miami on the next series able to convert another 3rd down, and that got them to their own 44. 2 plays later, Carson Beck finding Keelan Marion for a 52-yard touchdown. 17-10 Miami with 2:18 to go in the first half. Ole Miss had appeared getting one last chance on offense in the first half, and they went 3-and-out. Miami now getting one last opportunity. Ole Miss, Miami was looking to possibly get points. Ole Miss looking to see if Miami's priorities would change after one play.
He'll send 3 receivers to the left. Toney as a little H-back. They put him all over the place. The lone back in the backfield is Brown off the right shoulder. There's the snap to Beck. He has time up the middle. Now he's out of time. Right up the gut. Princeville, Umanmi Ellen with the sack.
That resulted in Miami now running the ball and forcing Ole Miss to use their 3 timeouts. The Canes go 3 and out and have to punt. Ole Miss now getting one last series with 55 seconds left, starting at their own 31. 2 plays, Ole Miss to their 44. Then 2 plays after that, they were at the Miami 40 with 24 seconds on the clock. That's as far as they were getting, though, with 16 seconds to go. Lucas Carnero then given a chance.
Carnero is 9 of 10 beyond the 50 in his career. Snap back and down. He's got the kick. He's got the distance. Is it there? It is good! Oh, my gracious! What a kick by Lucas Carnero. Back him up to our 30. I think he'll still hit it.
17-13 Miami with 11 seconds left in the half. Miami taking a knee on their final offensive possession to take us to the locker room, and that is where we stand. Ole Miss trails Miami 17-13. We'll take a look around the college football playoff and some other Ole Miss athletics when we return on the Ford Halftime Show. This is the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
Vaught Hemingway Stadium, home of the Rebels, where over 64,000 voices rise to a crescendo, helping turn big plays into Mississippi mayhem. Ford trucks have an iconic tradition, too, like Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Rebels, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 and 2024 total sales.
The Mississippi Farm Bureau Health Plan is something my husband and I are grateful to have. Healthcare coverage costs have climbed, but Farm Bureau has a long history of stepping in when Mississippians need them. Since 1922, they have helped families get the coverage that protects what matters. And now they're doing it again with the Mississippi Farm Bureau Health Plan. Affordable, dependable health coverage created for Mississippians. Built on the values we share, faith, family, and Farm Bureau. Strong roots, stronger health. Visit your local Farm Bureau office today and see how this plan can work for you.
This is the College Football Playoff Semifinals. The action returns after this timeout from your local station on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust. Advice that works.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Mid-South Ford Halftime Show. The Ford F-150, official truck of the Ole Miss Rebels. Now back to the Learfield Network Studios and Dan Courts.
And hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Ford Halftime Show. Your Ole Miss Rebels trail the Miami Hurricanes 17-13. We take a look at the rest of the CFP. Our game, the only one tonight. The other semifinal comes from Atlanta tomorrow night as a Big Ten rematch. We'll see Oregon take on Indiana. The two coaches had their press conference today down at the College Football Hall of Fame. One key from Oregon's perspective was the turnover battle. Ducks head coach Dan Lanning talked about that this morning.
Yeah, I think it always starts with the ball. Right, the team that's able to take care of the ball. Last time we played, we didn't. You have to take care of the ball. We were able to create a takeaway as well, but we ended up having to. I think that's a big piece of this. And special teams and big games always makes a big impact. I think we had to play well on special teams.
And on the other side, the Indiana offensive line has been a key to the Hoosiers' success this season. Indiana head coach Curt Cignetti talked about their mentality today.
I don't think the praise has anything to do with how we're going to perform. I think we've been pretty consistent all year long. We've been fairly healthy. There have been a couple games where we had to get our sixth guy in or maybe our seventh guy in. But Coach Bostad does a great job with the offensive line. He's a veteran offensive line coach, and he does a really good job preparing. We got a lot of veteran guys, blue collar, steel mill, lunch pail type guys on our offensive line. And we're pretty simple, as Coach said. I mean, we do this, we do what we do. And so they get good at doing that.
Kickoff scheduled for 6:30 tomorrow from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. From the gridiron to the hardwood, Ole Miss women's basketball in action this evening as the 18th Rebs were in Norman taking on 5th-ranked Oklahoma. Rebs victorious over the Sooners 74-69. Cody McMahon with 22 points to lead the way for Coach Yo's squad this evening. That is your look around the CFP and Ole Miss athletics. Ole Miss trails Miami 17-13 in the Fiesta Bowl semifinal from Glendale. We'll take a quick look at the numbers when we return on the Ford Halftime Show. Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Ole Miss pride. When I'm carrying the Ole Miss Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Ole Miss gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra hottie toddy from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go Rebels to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
You're listening to Ole Miss football on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Chris Jakovic. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It's really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Ford Halftime Show. Your Ole Miss Rebels trailing the Miami Hurricanes 17-13. A quick look at the numbers from the first half. We'll start with the team ones. Ole Miss getting outgained 228-145 overall in the total yards department. Ole Miss with only 71 yards passing to Miami's 156. Ole Miss outgaining Miami 74-72 on the ground. Now, granted, 73 yards by Kawan Lacey, getting the Rebs to that 74 number as well. Rebs with 2 penalties for a total of 4 yards. One of those was an intentional grounding on the opening series. Miami with 4 of them for 34 yards. Ole Miss only 6 first downs in the first half. Miami had 13, and Miami was 5 of 9 on third down, 1 of 1 on fourth down. Ole Miss 0 of 5 on third down, did not attempt a fourth down in the first half. Miami ran 43 plays to the Rebs 24 in half number 1. Both teams with a sack, as the intentional grounding that happened on Chambliss on the opening series was Miami's 1 sack, and then you heard it in the recap, Prince Willie Umambielen with the 1 right before halftime. Ole Miss had the ball for only 7 minutes and 16 seconds in the first half, to Miami having it for 22 minutes and 44 seconds. Miami will also get the ball to start the second half. The individual numbers, Trinidad Chambliss, 10 of 14 for 71 yards through the air. He also was 3 carries for negative 11 yards in that first half. Kwan Lacey, 2 carries for 75 yards, got 73 of them on the touchdown, as we mentioned. Logan Diggs with 4 carries for 10 yards as well. On the receiving end, Trey Wallace, 4 catches for 40 yards, along a 20 on that one. Diggs with 2 for 11. Caden Lee with 1 for 9. Lacey with 1 for 4. And then Winston Watkins with 1 for 3 yards. And the other reception was by the Rebels as well. One catch for 4 yards was Caleb Odom. Miami, Carson Beck, 14 of 18 through the air, 156 yards and a touchdown pass. That was to Keelan Marion, who had 4 catches for 78 yards to lead the way, 52 of them on that 1 touchdown. Miami only ran for 72 yards. Mark Fletcher Jr. leading the way with 11 carries for 49 yards in the first half. Those are your look at the first half numbers. Ole Miss trailing Miami 17-13 in the network studios. I'm Dan Kortz, and that is all for the Ford Halftime Show. We'll head back to DK, Harry, and John in Glendale when we return. This is the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe insurance should adjust to fit your needs. That's why our agents work with you to design an auto, home, and life insurance plan that's particular to you. Insurance that fits just right. And Shelter is known for our award-winning customer service, satisfied customers, and a plan for you. Isn't it time to check Shelter out? Find an agent near you at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
This is Rebels football on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
We just kind of knew from the beginning that we were family.
They showcase a sense of love that I never had before. I mean, he's not only my parent, he's like my best friend.
At the end of the day, it's all been worth it. I wouldn't change a thing about our lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Mississippi. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of Ole Miss and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Ole Miss.
And we're back. It's about time to start the second half. 17-13, Miami leads Ole Miss. Injury updates are brought to you by Richard Schwartz & Associates, your Mississippi injury law firm. One call, that's all. He's one of the last ones to come onto the field, but high-stepping and running right now is Kwan Lacey, John.
Yeah, he just came back out. He's got a black sleeve on his leg. They said they wrapped him pretty tight. He's going to try to give it a go.
All right, Chris Graves led Ole Miss along with Franklin and Daugherty. They had 5 tackles each to pace the Rebel defense. And Miami Ellen had a sack in that first half. The Rebel football team now has set a single-season record for most points scored in a season with 540. Previous record 531 in 2015. The Rebels now have 25 plays of 40-plus yards, 50 plays of 30-plus yards this season. A couple of notes as well. Miami will get the ball first here in the second half, Harry.
Well, they will, David. Just like last week against Georgia. Georgia came out 3 and out. The Rebels really got better after the second half. That's exactly what needs to happen here as we face a really good run game by the Miami Hurricanes.
Rebels were down more against Georgia, 21-12 at the half,
That's
down
correct.
9. So we're down 4 here. It's a heck of a first half, but boy, you can point to a lot of things. I would think if I'm Miami, I'm thinking, we only got a 4-point lead and really did more positives than Ole Miss. But of course, they had the busted play on the run by Lacey. Here's the kick by Carnero, and he's going to kick that one throughout the back of the end zone. You know, we saw him look like he kind of pulled up around the 10, but finished the run to get the TD, and then didn't play the rest of the half. Diggs went the rest of the way. We'll see if we're going to see some Lacey here in a bit. But right now here, it's the defense's turn.
Right now, it's a defensive struggle for the Rebels, David. A lot of things we didn't do well the first half. We've got to shore that up. I'm sure Pete Golden and staff addressed that at halftime, but it's basically you got to win the line of scrimmage.
Andrew Jones, too, I guess, John, still not available, right? He's street closed and out.
Yeah, he's out.
Well, you hate that. He got hurt early in the game. All right, here we go. And the snap to Beck. He's going to hand it off to Fletcher first play. Straight ahead, they want to play power football some more, and they'll get a 3-yard gain to the 28. It'll be second down 7.
Yeah,
Tackled there by Perkins.
Nothing's changed there, David. Just going to keep nickel and diming you, trying to pick up 3 and 4 yards a run and follow behind that big offensive line. And their left tackle actually played at Holmes Community College. He's a Mississippi kid.
From the 28-yard line, it'll be second down and 7 for the Canes. Ball toward the right hash. One receiver wide out left is Marion. He hurt us in the first half. There's a pass to Marion, a good coverage by Graves. It was low at his feet as he ran a little hitch around the 36 toward the sidelines, and Graves was right there. Third down.
Yeah, look back stop. Receivers stopped and turned around, but Graves, great coverage there. Simply had no way to catch it with one hand.
Marion was trying to hold him off with the left hand and catch it with the right hand. Iman Mielen is checked in for Harris to give you a little bit better rush. In fact, the Rebels stacked in tight. Third down and 7 for Miami from their own 28. Beck goes up and says something to his center. Brockermeyer now drops back. Play clock winding down. Got the snap off. They swing it near side. It's going to be caught there by Tony. Tony runs straight ahead, gets the first down across the 45. Little tunnel screen looked like, John, and they hurt us there on a 3rd and long.
Yeah, it's a play that Beck checked to right there. He saw that they had us outnumbered over there, and he just got to his best playmaker, and he made a good play for the first down.
19-yard pickup, Tony. What a freshman this kid is, right?
Yeah, he really is, David. I was totally reclassified. He really should still be a senior in high school, but here he has been the star of this Miami Hurricane offense.
Chris Graves made the tackle, but not before he got the 19 yards and a first down. In motion goes Ballman, the tight end. Fake on a handoff. Beck wants to throw deep down the far side. Got a man out there. It's going to be incomplete around the 10-yard line. Good coverage by Graves. A little bumping and shoving in that one. It was intended for C.J. Daniels. Second down 10 for Miami.
Yeah, Miami had go routes on both sides of the line, David. Kite on this side was chasing also, but a good job there of getting his hand out and knocking the ball away on a deep throw.
Miami fans are booing as Graves got his left hand in on the front of the shoulder pads of Daniels. They actually held him, too. Probably should have been interference. Second down and 10 for Miami from their own 47. Pistol formation. Fletcher standing behind Beck. 4-man front for Ole Miss. Now they send Tony in motion to the far side. The handoff's to Fletcher right up the gut. Finds an opening, gets across the 45. Ole Miss still being pushed down the field. It's a scrum all the way down to the 35 to the 33. That's just physical football by the Canes as Fletcher ends up getting a huge pickup there to the 34 of Ole Miss. That's a gain of 19 as well.
Yeah, that's not getting it done up front, David. There was a crease there, and Fletcher had already picked up about 5 yards, and then the scrum behind him picked him up for another 10, and that's just not getting it done up front.
First down for the Canes. Finally tackled by Dottery, Williams, and Braxton, but boy, Miami just played rugby on that one.
Yeah,
wow.
Ran it right at us and got away with it.
First down for the Canes. Pistol formation. First possession of the third quarter. Miami leading 17-13. There's a handoff. Now flea flicker back to Beck. He's in trouble. Just throws it up for grabs toward the sidelines, and they're going to throw a flag for grounding. There was no receiver over there, I don't believe.
No receiver.
And he was being tackled in the backfield by Daughtery.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 11 relinquished the ball and therefore is not granted the opportunity to legally ground the ball. Lost a down, spot of the foul, second down.
So a big break there for the Rebels.
Yeah, it was a big break, David. Good pressure right there as we get to see it again. Daughtery back there on the quarterback. He just simply turns it loose. They didn't have a receiver on the field over there, and that's a good call. Rebels back them up. Now you want to get off the field after you get the nice
It'll
penalty.
go back to the 46, so a 12-yard penalty basically from the line of scrimmage. 1st and 22, or actually second. They lost the down too. So yes. 2nd and 22 from the 46 of Ole Miss. Now see if the Rebels can keep them from moving on down the field. Hand off to Fletcher, left side. Big hole again inside the 35 to the 32. We're getting blocked up pretty good. Fletcher on the carry, and Graves and Williams on the tackle. They'll get 14 of it back right there. In fact, they put it at the 33, so a 13-yard pickup on that run. It's 3rd and 9.
Yeah, too much on just a straight handoff off the left side, David. Just simply caved that side in. Nobody there to set the edge. Linebackers got tied up on the line of scrimmage. Secondary's got to make the tackle, but that's just too much.
3rd down and 9 for the Canes from the Ole Miss 33-yard line. Twin receivers left and right. The freshman Tony is slot right. He comes in motion now to the near side. Fletcher off the right shoulder is the running back. Back to throw. Beck fires downfield, incomplete. On a little hitch route, the receiver was Daniels, and Graves lost his footing or turned or something there, John. Fortunately for us, it's an incompletion and 4th down.
Yeah, they got away with a hold on Prince Will right there. You got to have had him around the neck, and didn't call the holding, but we're going to force a long field goal attempt right here.
You're right. Markel Bell grabbed him around the neck and literally held him. No call from this Big Ten crew. I'm not impressed with the Big Ten officials over the last 2 games. They missed the tackle out of bounds on Chambliss as well. That should have been a penalty earlier. So the ball's at the 42, about a 52-yard effort. Kick on its way. Looks like it's going right, and it does. No good for Carter Davis, and the Rebels get the stop.
Well, we get the stop, David. We didn't get 3 and out, but we do get off the field here as we go into timeout. Rebels will take the football with good field position.
At the 33 of Ole Miss. We'll be back shortly as the Rebels trail the Canes 17-13 with 11:53 to go in the 3rd quarter. We'll take a break. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Inspired by the moments that matter. The last-second touchdowns. The rivals outranked. The play fakes that surprised everyone. Especially the other guy's defense. At C-Spire, we connect you with all of it, on and off the field. With nationwide 5G wireless, fiber home internet, and business IT solutions. Because we're not just in your town, we're on your team. C-Spire. Customer inspired.
Don't stop planning for your future. Don't stop investing in your kids' education. Don't stop dreaming of that new home. And don't stop growing your business. Whatever you're passionate or dreaming about, don't stop. Because when you have a bank you can trust, you have the confidence to take on tomorrow. Speak with a Trustmark associate today for advice on achieving your goals. Trustmark. People you trust. Advice that works. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
In the end zone. Touchdown.
Ole Miss, Miami. This is the College Football Playoff on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank.
My mom has decided to learn to paint, and she's good.
My dad's now into creative cuisine, and I've already put on 6 pounds.
Learning new things comes with age.
My mom, she started forgetting my name and what we're talking about.
Forgetting well-known things doesn't. Memory loss may be a sign of Alzheimer's disease. Early detection gives you and your loved one time to plan for the future. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
When I smoke weed, I get lost in the music. I like to isolate each instrument. The rhythmic bass, the harmonies on the piano, the sticky melody.
careful, babe. There's someone crossing the street.
Sorry, I didn't see him there.
If you feel different, you drive different. Don't drive high. It's dangerous and illegal everywhere. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Ole Miss takes over to the 33-yard line after the missed 51-yard field goal effort, trailing Miami 17-13, 11:53 to go in the third quarter. First offensive possession for Ole Miss second half. Fake on a handoff. Pass far side, Stribling. He's got it. First catch of the game for Stribling. He had none in the first half. He caught it over Xavier Lucas. There's a quick hitter and a bank first down for Ole Miss all the way to the 46 of Miami, a 21-yard pickup. The Rebels go right back to the line of scrimmage. Boy, good to see Stribling now in the mix. Over the middle, hitch route, caught at the 45 and stuck was Caden Lee like he got hit at Georgia. Held on to this one, though, for another bank first down.
Yes, he did, David. Number 19 found a hole in the zone, but he got smoked right as he caught the ball, held on to it. Rebels moved those chains.
So the 34, that was a 12-yard pickup for Lee. First down for Ole Miss quickly to the Miami 34-yard line. Quick pass. Oh, that should have been picked off. Boy, we had a huge break there. He's trying to get it to Stribling. Flashing the pass was Jacoby Thomas. And, John, that was right in his gut, and he dropped it.
Yeah, it was. These safeties really break on the ball good. They come up and take on the run good, and they also break on the ball good. They're fast.
Lead the nation in sacks. One of the best teams defensively in the country. Had a shot at that one. And Jacoby Thompson, who's got 5 interceptions, had a 6th one but couldn't hold on. Trips to the right, 2nd and 10 with the 34. Here comes pressure. Terrible throw. I don't know if Wright got caught by the DB, but Chambliss threw it between 2 receivers. I don't know who it was intended for, either Lee or Wright, but incomplete 3rd and 10.
Yeah, Lee was flashing. He was going on a skinny post, David, and flashed open. If Trinidad just held the ball another second, he could have thrown the ball deep to Lee.
And pressure may have, that clock in your head, he's probably got this team figured out how quickly they're getting back there. He threw it a little bit early and hard, and nobody came up. So the Rebels looking at 3rd down and 10 from the 34. Here comes the blitz. They pick it up. Chambliss fires, and it's caught, dropped, and then was it picked up for an interception? No. Wallace had it, couldn't hold on to it in a hitch route in traffic. Came out of his hands, fell on the ground, incomplete. It'll be 4th down.
Yeah, definitely threw it into traffic without a doubt, but good defensive play there by number 24.
Boy, that was almost early. Then it was bounced around and almost intercepted, but it hit the ground.
Yeah, Chambliss.
They had a tip ball drill. Yeah, tip ball drill going, and 4 Miami guys there. So a field goal effort for Ole Miss. From the 41, a 51-yard attempt for Carnero. He's 10 of 11 on the year from 50-plus. The kick is on its way. It hit the left upright, no good. Well, he's human. He really hit it well, had the distance, but it hit the left upright, John, and was no good.
Plenty of distance and just hooked it to the left a little bit. It did hit the upright, but a tough break there. To not get any yards after we had that first down and go be 4th and 10 right there.
All right, we'll take a break. Still the score the same. Neither team scores on their opening possessions of the third quarter. Still 17-13 Miami. 10:56 to go on quarter number 3. We'll be back as you're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Farming is probably the most natural thing for a person to do. It taught me how to take pride in my work, how to put something ahead of myself, whether it was getting up early to feed the livestock or working late to bring in the harvest. Farming taught me to give it my best, no matter the job. My name is Tanner. I'm a farmer. I work for Case IH.
Case IH, built by farmers.
This is the College Football Playoff Semifinals. The action returns after this timeout from your local station on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust. Advice that works.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Tonight's live Fiesta Bowl broadcast of the college football semifinals presented by Trustmark Bank. People you trust, advice that works. Miami, after the missed 51-yard effort there by Carnero, will take over at their own 34-yard line, leading this game 17-13 with 10:56 to go. Ole Miss, again, did not convert a third down, so we're 0 for 6 in the game. Miami is 6 for 11. Beck now 15 of 22 for 175 yards and a touchdown. Fletcher has run the ball 14 times for 84 yards. Miami, just, if you didn't see the scoreboard, you feel like that they should be further ahead. They may feel the same way. Plus, they've missed out on maybe 3 interceptions. Beck on the snap. It's going to run straight ahead, and he'll be tackled at the 35. Gains only a yard as Iman Mielen made sure he didn't get very far. 2nd and 9.
Yeah, good coverage in the Rebel secondary, David. Nobody to go to. Just a small crease there in the rush lanes, and Beck just simply tucked it, picked up 1 positive yard.
Ricky Fletcher is checked in, the junior from Durant, Mississippi. South Alabama transfer. This is the first time for him in the game. Fletcher, number 9. From the 35-yard line, 2nd and 10 for Miami. Pistol formation. The handoff is to Fletcher. Runs into traffic and then runs off left guard. He ran right into the center and then eased off to the left side. We got some pushing and shoving going in. Brown and Iman Mielen will make the tackle. Fletcher will get about 5. Let's see where they officially spot it. Looks like they're going to put it at the 39-yard line, so give him 4. 3rd down and 5 coming up for Miami. And Harry, we've kind of failed stopping them on these third downs.
David. They've been very good on 3rd down. This is one of those we've got to get off the field, get this offense back in gear.
3rd down, 5 for the Canes. Slot to the left, 2 receivers wide right as well. Fletcher's off the left shoulder. Beck, here comes pressure. Runs to his right, looking downfield. He's going to get the first down as he runs out of bounds. They tackled one of our ends coming off the left edge, Perkins, but let that go, and Beck runs for the first down. He doesn't run a lot. T.J. Daughtery chased him out of bounds, but he gets it out to the 47, 8-yard gain, and they convert another 3rd down.
Yeah, 61, the right tackle, just simply tackled Centurion Perkins, David. Let it go.
8-yard pickup for
3rd down
Beck.
conversion.
First down for the Canes at the 47 of Miami. Pistol formation. Fletcher, handoff to Fletcher. Goes off right tackle, gets to the edge, and will be pushed out of bounds as he picks up a few yards. Tackled there by Kite. Kite pushed him away, about a 5-yard gain there. Again, Miami will take these all day long. They put it at the 48, so it ends up being a 5-yard pickup. 2nd and 5 for the Canes.
Yeah, that's exactly their run game, David. Whether it's inside or outside, they're just shooting for that 3 and 4 and 5-yard gain and continue the drive down the field, burning clock.
Cam Franklin's wearing one of those protective padded
on his
helmets, over the helmet, you will. Yes. And there's a give straight up the middle by Fletcher, and he's dropped by Eccles. And Franklin had the concussion last week against Georgia, but playing here tonight, playing well.
Yes,
this will be to the 46 And a gain of 2. Miami with a 3rd down and 3.
Well, they like to pound it, run it at you, but you also like to hit receivers in the flat, so you want to be aware of both of those, David. You got to control the line of scrimmage.
Time of possession is going to really be a story on our defense if it doesn't turn here pretty soon. 25-51 to 8-13. Handoff left side, 1st down for Brown as he worms his way inside the 40. And again, it's just between the tackles and gets the 1st down for Miami. Perkins and Williams on the stop. They spotted at the 39-yard line, a 7-yard gain.
Yeah, Brown and Fletcher just complement each other, David. They do a good job of substituting those guys and simply continue to wear you down with the run game.
No pass in this possession so far for Miami. 7:24 to go, 3rd quarter. Canes lead 17-13 from the Ole Miss 39-yard line. Hand off to Brown, straight ahead, knocked off his feet at the 36, looks like maybe the 37. Short gain on that one. Jaden Yates in the game on the tackle along with Perkins. Yeah. And Brown again, just a handoff and run. They put it at the 37, a 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8.
Nothing fancy, David. Mario Cristobal is a former offensive tackle for the Canes. He just likes that big offensive line, get a push and give you to a big back, and we'll just eat your clock and continue to push the football down the field.
Marty Brown's off the right shoulder of Beck here, 2nd and 8 from the Ole Miss 37. Tony goes in motion to the far side. Flags flying all over the place. Got a false start, looks like, on Miami. And it should be.
False start. Offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
And that's backup right guard Inez Cooper, a senior from Pleasant Grove, Alabama. 5-yard penalty, bring it back to the 42, which is kind of interesting. That's what Miami's sort of been doing, John. They're moving along, and all of a sudden they had a untimely penalty.
Yeah, that's right, and that hadn't seemed to hurt them much. They picked up nearly all our 3rd downs.
2nd down and 13 from the 42 of Ole Miss. Left hash, slot to the right. The freshman sensation Tony in the slot. Ballman goes in motion. There's the pass, hitch route, dropped. That should have been caught at the 35-yard line by JoJo Trader. He tried to run before he caught it there, Harry. 3rd down.
Definitely, David. It was we're running zone coverage. I thought we'd play in man when the Tony flashed across in motion, but the tight end just settled in a spot there in the zone and should have caught it. A little bit high, but should have caught it, and it would have been a big gainer.
Right at the 35-yard line, right in his hands. He was going to turn and try to run for the 1st down. Well, we got to get him off the field on 3rd down. 3rd and long here. 3rd and 13 for the Canes from the Ole Miss 42. Beck takes the snap. Here comes pressure. In the pocket. Steps up. Wants to run. Runs to his left. He's got room and gets all the way down to the 30-yard line and another, or close to the 1st down. We'll see. Daughtery makes the tackle. I think they're going to put him down at the 31. Boy, let the quarterback break and go. That's an 11-yard pickup, and now Miami's got 4th and 2.
Yeah, Rebels only rushed 3. David dropped 8, but once again left that rush lane open for the quarterback, and he took advantage of it.
Big play here for both Miami and Ole Miss. The Canes leading by 4. They want to keep this drive alive. Rebels need a stop on 4th down. It's 4th and 2 from the 31-yard line of Ole Miss. Pistol formation, Brown behind Beck. The handoff is to Brown. Straight ahead, he gets the 1st down easily, and the scrum gets him even more inside the 25 to the 27, a gain of 4.
Well, this is old-fashioned football, David. We hadn't seen this kind of run offense all season in the SEC, but just simply run it right and left. You get beyond the line of scrimmage, and that big offensive line gets behind you and pushes you forward for another 5 or 6. But it kills clock, burns clock, and continues to pick up the 3rd and 4th down conversions.
He got 9 yards to the 22. 1st and 10 at the 22-yard line. 5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Williams and Yates finally got him down. Give to Brown again, up the middle again, and another positive play inside the 20 to around the 17. Got 4 or 5 on that one. Marty Brown on the tackle. They say knee down at the 19, so give him 3. 2nd and 7.
Look, this is the same type of offense we saw against Georgia, David, except obviously more extreme, and they just continue to pound the football with the 2 big backs in Brown and Fletcher. 18
1st downs for Miami, 8 for Ole Miss. From the 19-yard line, 2nd and 7 for Miami. Canes leading 17-13, 4:20 to go. Hand off to Brown again. This time we get somebody off the edge and drop him at the 20. That's Xavier Harris who got underneath. And that'll be a 1-yard loss, looks like. So 3rd and 8.
Yeah, much better at the line of scrimmage, David. We had a little scrum match in the back of the backfield, knocked one of our defenders' helmets off, so we got to make some substitutions here. But Rebels expecting a pass here as we bring in extra rushings off the end.
3rd down and 8. Can the Rebels get them off the field on 3rd down? They're 8 of 14. Ole Miss is 0 of 6.
Yeah, desperately need a stop here to try to hold them to a field goal.
They put him at the 19, so technically no gain. So it's 3rd and 7 for Miami from the 19-yard line of Ole Miss. 17-13 Canes. They bring a man in motion. Beck has got Fletcher off the right shoulder. Flags fly, and they get another false start.
False start. Offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Cooper again. 5-yard penalty to the 24, so 3rd and 12. But, John, you almost feel like they got us where they want us on these 3rd and longs.
The 3rd down and longs, the penalties, they have not. We have not taken advantage of that.
No, we haven't, John. They've been running the football. Obviously, Ole Miss is expecting pass right here with some edge rushers been substituted in. We've got to get to the quarterback.
Wide out right will go C.J. Daniels. Played at Liberty and LSU. We faced him a year ago in Oxford. 2 receivers to the left. There's the snap. Back to throw. Beck in the pocket. Has time. It's batted up in the air and picked off by Ole Miss at the 14-yard line. A diving effort by Kapena Gushigan, and that will be his first INT of the year.
Going on the field's an interception. Timeout on the field.
Well, the ball was batted at the line of scrimmage, David. That was the first big play on defense, and the ball bounded into the secondary, and Gushigan comes away with a pick.
We'll see who batted it. We believe Eccles. We'll watch the replay here, up and coming, Harry. And as he got ready to throw it, it was Cam Franklin. Yes. Franklin got it. We got a timeout. Ole Miss keeps Miami from extending the lead, and we'll have the football when we return, trailing 17-13 with 3:19 to go in the 3rd. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Springtime in Oxford meets music, art, and unforgettable moments at the Double Decker Arts Festival. The 29th annual festival returns April 24th and 25th to Oxford's downtown square. Come experience a place that inspires your story. Learn more and start planning your visit at visitoxfordms.com. That's visitoxfordms.com.
There's team pride, and then there's extra Ole Miss pride. When I'm carrying the Ole Miss Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card, that's exactly what I get. Whether I'm grabbing some extra Ole Miss gear or picking up an extra dozen wings for the game, this card always brings it. Sometimes I get an extra hottie toddy from the cashier too. Visit Regions.com/Go Rebels to get yours.
Extra changes everything. And at Regions, Extra is our ordinary. Official bank of the SEC, member FDIC.
You're listening to Ole Miss football on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
When your car is making a strange noise, no matter what it is, you can't just pretend it's not happening.
That's an interesting sound.
It's like your mental health. If you're struggling and feeling overwhelmed, it's important to do something about it. It can be as simple as talking to someone or just taking a deep, calming breath to ground yourself. Because once you start to address the problem, you can go so much further. The Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council have resources available for you at loveyourmindtoday.org.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
(17-13) Miami leads Ole Miss. And the time of possession has just been crazy. 33-28 for Miami, 8-13 for Ole Miss. Rebels get a chance here to take it down the field. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield. Ole Miss will start at the 14 after the interception by Gushican to stop that Miami drive. They were killing time, moving down the field, but penalties hurt them. Chambliss takes the snap, runs to his right, fires downfield, got his man at the 25-yard line. That's Stribling. He fights through a tackle and gets to the 30, a gain of about 16. First down for Ole Miss. A bank first down.
Yeah, crossing route. Chambliss just comes out from under center, David, moves the pockets and really sprints out to the Rebel sideline. Catches Stribling coming completely across the field for the nice catch and run.
Out to the 31-yard line, a 16-yard pickup. Bank first down. There was no back in the backfield on that one. Thomas on the tackle. Lacey's in the game, but he hadn't touched it here in the second half. From the 31-yard line. There's the snap. Fake on a handoff. Chambliss steps up in the pocket. Got to throw it. He's going deep. He's got Wallace downfield. It's deflected and almost intercepted. Throw was a little bit under and deflected up in the air by number 6, Lucas. And then O'Connor almost picked it off. Lucas tipped it. O'Connor had it in his hands as we watched the replay. And oh my goodness, here it goes again.
Yep.
Man, that's the 4th time, John, they should have gotten an interception.
Backside corner, I believe, is the one that fell back in there and caught up with the post route and just made a good play on it. Yeah, that's right. 4th interception.
This is a tip drill you work on all the time. Fake on a handoff. Quick pass. Far side's going to be caught over there by Stribling. Has a stiff arm to get to the 45. He's got a first down.
Yeah, the corner fell. Stribling absolutely put the corner on the ground when he ran his route. Came back with a little hitch. Great throw out across the field by Chambliss, and then Stribling, as he does so well with the football, runs for the first down.
13-yard gain. Another bank first down to the 44. The snap, the fake on the handoff. Chambliss runs right, fires to the sidelines, and it's going to be caught working the sidelines on a great catch is Deuce Alexander, John. He had to tiptoe the line there.
A good job by Trinidad to feel pressure and move to the right, and a great catch there by Deuce to keep the speed in bounds also.
To the 49 of Miami. That's a 7-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down 3. Rebels on the move, trailing 17-13. A minute 50 to go, 3rd quarter. 3 receivers wide to the left. Ball's on the right hash. Fake handoff. Quick pass out to Lee. Lee's got it. He's down to the sidelines to the 40 to the 44 and knocked out of bounds. Quickly he hustled to the sidelines, angled over there to get another first down. Poser and Lucas on the tackle, and the Rebels moving down the field. Needed to stay on the field. The defense needs some rest. Good gracious. All the way to the 37. This was a pickup of 12. Another bank first down.
Good job by Lee of feeling pressure once he caught it in the slot, getting outside and getting beyond the first down marker.
3 receivers left to the right. Chambliss in the backfield by himself. He's going to fire far side incomplete. Boy, he had Stribling open down the sidelines. Just didn't see him. He looked at one man out route to Lacey, who was as a receiver in the slot over there, incomplete. But boy, he had Stribling open deep.
Yes,
2nd down
yes, he did.
and 10 from the 37.
But we went empty in the backfield, David, and they brought blitz off the corner, and he was right in Trinidad's face. He just simply had to get rid of it.
Aguirre has come in at linebacker, middle linebacker, and Chase Smith for Miami. 2nd and 10 for Ole Miss from the Canes, 37, left hash. Lacey off the right shoulder of Chambliss. Fake to Lacey. 1-on-1 near side, incomplete. Alexander couldn't get to it. Around the 10-yard line. Chambliss thought maybe he got held a little bit. Covering was Ethan O'Connor. 3rd down and 10.
Didn't put much air under that one, David. Just kind of had a flat throw, and I actually thought the corner held Deuce Alexander, but he couldn't get away from it.
It looked like Deuce was trying to hold him off, and it cost him in the route. He couldn't get to it.
Another 3rd down conversion.
Trips to the right for Ole Miss. One back in the backfield again is Lacey off the left shoulder. Daquan Wright is a tight end left. Alexander in motion, gets over closer to the other 2 receivers for a bunch set. Chambliss a throw, being chased up the middle, trying to get away. He cannot. He'll be spun down right there at the line of scrimmage. Good pressure by Miami. He couldn't get the ball out of there. It'll be 4th down. Blunt, Armando Blunt out of Fort Lauderdale, a backup defensive tackle, a sophomore made sure he didn't get away. So 4th down and 10.
Yeah, Miami does a good job, David, on 3rd down and long. They're going to bring blitz. They're going to bring pressure at you. Trinidad, good job just getting away from it to get it back to the original line of scrimmage for line up for a long field goal.
Yeah, 44-yard line is where it'll be placed. A 54-yard effort for Lucas Carnero. Boys had a bunch of long-range ones. Carter snap. Bird holds it. It's a line drive sidewinder kick. It hits the upright, but this one goes through. We were talking during the break on the previous one that how in the world you can kick it 100 times and not hit it square on the left upright. Well, he hit the left upright again. This time, though, it was inside it just a little bit, and it bounced back in, and the Rebels have cut it to 17-16 with 22 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. What a nice kick. The Rebels Can Do comes in red anytime Ole Miss goes for it on 4th downs. It's sponsored by Mid-South Ag Equipment, your North Mississippi Case IH equipment dealer. Getting the job done starts with choosing the right red tractor. Let Mid-South Ag Equipment help find the right red tractor for your operation with locations in Byhalia, Tunica, Clarksdale, and Sumner, or visit them online at midsouthag.com because Can Do comes in red. 9 plays, 49 yards, and 228, a 54-yard field goal by Lucas Carnero. Man, he's had some long ones.
Well, he has, Dave. He's just been money. That, the best kicker in the country, we think. But this offense finally got something going. We threw the football, with the exception of the Trinidad Chambliss run to get away from pressure. I don't think the running back even touched the football as far as a running play. We threw every play on that particular drive, got it down at least to pick up the 3. But the big thing is we needed our defense to sit over here and get a rest. They've been out there a lot in the 3rd quarter and a bunch in the in the first half. So Miami's getting ready to come back out with our defense, being gassed a little bit. So we've got to get Miami off the field. These 3 and 4 and 5 yard runs they keep gashing us with sometimes turn into 8 and 10 and just keep burning clock. Here we are 22 seconds away from starting the 4th quarter, and the Rebels have only had the ball twice in the 3rd quarter.
Miami's defense held A&M to 3 points. They held Ohio State to 14.
Yes.
And so we've at least passed that. We're now at 16. It's 17-16 Miami with 22 seconds to go 3rd quarter. Carnero has kicked the 2nd and 3rd longest field goals in Fiesta Bowl history now, 58, and this one of 54.
Well, he's definitely been a weapon for us all year. What is that, 30 field goals, 31 field goals made on the year?
He's 2 for 3 in this one, so he's now 29 of 33, I think, total on the year.
Wow. What a weapon. What a weapon. And we're not talking chip shots here, folks. We're talking 50-plus several times, but once again, a Rebel defense has got to get a stop. We got the big turnover earlier on the tip ball by Cam Franklin, and Gusher can come away with a pick. Rebels do come down and get points with it. You're going to have one more quarter, 17-16. The Rebels going into the 4th quarter. 22 seconds left here in the 3rd.
33-28 time possession for Miami, 11-10 time possession for Ole Miss, John. And, boy, the defense really did need to get a little bit of a breather, so we helped on that cause somewhat too.
Yes, I mean, look up there. They got 17 points. It seems like they should have a lot more.
Yeah.
And hey, we must be living right. We dropped 4 interceptions. We just hit the upright. Hey, you never know. Let's get to the 4th quarter like this, and it's anybody's game.
Yeah, no doubt. And, gosh, I mean, the interceptions, at least 3 of the 4 were like 100% should have been caught, you think?
Especially this long post route down here. That it was a tip drill. All the guy had to do was run under it, and he drops it. So, anyway.
Carnero is ready to kick. He's hit the upright 2 times in a row. The first one came right back out. He hit it squarely. The second one deflected through the goalpost. And now his kickoff, and this one will go into the end zone as well. And Miami will start at the 25-yard line. The problem has been with trying to get the ball away from them. And they haven't scored much because they'll have a penalty or we'll make a play somewhere along the way, but it's just been boom, 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 5 yards, 7 yards, 8 yards, 3rd and whatever, and they seem like they converted. But Miami still does not have the points you would think that they should have in this game. Now they'll start at the 25. Let's see if we can somehow get them off the field quickly this time. Andrew Maddox has checked in as a defensive end. The freshman from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Oak Grove High School, getting a chance to play. First time for him in a contest. And looks like he's playing inside maybe.
Yeah, he's got to be a D tackle.
There's the snap. Handoff to Fletcher, running right, zone blocking. They got big hole. He's got another first down, runs to the sidelines and pulled out of bounds. And again, Miami just killing us in the run game. Cole pushed him out of bounds. We'll see where they officially say he stepped out. Looks like it's going to be at the 40. So a 15-yard pickup on that run. First down, Canes.
Yeah, Miami's decided they're going to be able to gash us up front, David, and they're just continually running the football at us.
The time of possession going into this one as the quarter comes to an end, indeed, 33-35 to 11-10. So we helped a little bit, but the discrepancy is huge. Fourth quarter, well, who's going to make it to the national championship game? Ole Miss or Miami? There's only a 1-point difference. Canes 17, Rebels 16. This is Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Trey Willis, left tackle.
Marshall Jones, wide receiver.
Alex Philbin, running back.
Hi, I'm Tim from C Spire. Am I in the right place?
It always pays to have the right players on your team. That's why C Spire gives you fiber-fast home internet, nationwide 5G wireless, and best-in-class business solutions, all backed by local 24/7 support. C Spire, customer inspired.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Rebels football on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs. It's probably the best thing you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You say you never give in to a meltdown and never fill your feed with kid photos. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it and never let them run wild through the grocery store. So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, know it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Through 3 quarters, Miami leads Ole Miss 17-16. Some numbers, 37 plays for Ole Miss, 65 for Miami. 227 yards of offense for the Rebels, 153 of that's through the air, 74 on the ground. Miami, 337 yards, 175 passing, 162 rushing. 19 first downs for the Canes, 11 for Ole Miss. Miami, though, has had the ball 33 minutes and 50 seconds. Ole Miss, 11 minutes and 10 seconds. Chambliss is 16 of 26, 153 yards. Lacey, 3 carries, 77 yards, has not had a carry in the second half. He had that long rushing touchdown. Beck is 15 of 24, 175 yards and a touchdown. Fletcher, 18 carries, 110 yards. Miami's got it at their own 40 with a first down and 10, leading by the 1 point. Fourth quarter, winner goes to Miami for the national championship. Swing route out to Tony. He makes the catch, runs to the 50, and pushed out of bounds. And, Cole had a beat on him, but he pulled up instead of running through the pass, and then Tony caught it and made him miss. And another big gainer for the Canes, this to the 48 of Ole Miss, a 12-yard gain.
Yeah, we had it diagnosed correctly. It was actually C.J. Banks, David, number 7. And he just pulled up early, and rather than running race toward Tony, he just raced him to the outside.
Right.
Speed one.
It was Banks that had the beat on him and let him get around. Cole made the tackle downfield. From the 48 of Ole Miss, 1st and 10 for Miami. They're going to give it off on a handoff, right side. Big collision at the 46 of Ole Miss, Fletcher. So he held him to a little bit shorter gain. Todd Chambers and T.J. Banks combining on that stop. They put it right at the 45, so a 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7.
Yeah, just got to continue to get some stops some way, David. Got to get this football back, get Miami off the field, nonetheless get the Rebel defense off the field. They've been gashed.
Fletcher in the game, wide out left, guarding the receiver over here. 2nd and long, and in trouble and sacked in the backfield is Beck. Lands sharp, fins up for number 4, Taron Perkins. Big play for the Rebel defense.
Great job, David. He was lining up as a linebacker inside at the last moment, flipped out to the left end, came off the ball in a hurry. Running back missed him for Miami, and he got straight to Beck for the big sack.
And back to the 45, a 10-yard loss. 3rd and 17.
Now we have to get him stopped on 3rd down. No big plays.
3rd and 17 for Miami. Beck in a gun. He's got off his left shoulder Fletcher. They're at their own 45 now after the sack by Perkins. 3 receivers right. 3-man rush. He's in the pocket wanting to run. He's in trouble. He's dropped at the 43-yard line. Sandwiched by William Eccles, who got there first and then helped out, I believe, by Perkins. But nonetheless, it'll be 4th down. Miami will have to punt away after a 2-yard loss.
And the Rebels do get the stop, David, with a great pass rush there. I think once again we rushed only 3 and dropped 8, but we're able to get there to him with a 3-man. No, we rushed 4, but able to get there to him with Perkins and Eccles.
4th and 19. Booker will snap it to Joyce. Back to receive his Ole Miss's Wallace. Gets the kick away. Nice, high, side-winding kick. Wallace calls a fair catch and grabs it at the 10. And that's where the Rebel offense will start, down by a point. Good stop by the Rebel D. Let's see if the Rebel offense can go a long way. 17-16 Miami. We'll be back as you're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Whether you want to improve your community, your job prospects, or just your bottom line, earning your degree with Ole Miss Online can help you meet your goals in 2026. Complete your bachelor's, master's, or graduate certificate degree in high-demand fields including business, criminal justice, education, pharmacy, sport analytics, and more. These top-ranked Ole Miss Online programs have multiple start dates each year, and all students pay in-state tuition rates. To find out more, visit us at online.olemiss.edu.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
The Mississippi Farm Bureau Health Plan is something my husband and I are grateful to have. Healthcare coverage costs have climbed, but Farm Bureau has a long history of stepping in when Mississippians need them. Since 1922, they have helped families get the coverage that protects what matters. And now they're doing it again with the Mississippi Farm Bureau Health Plan. Affordable, dependable health coverage created for Mississippians. Built on the values we share, faith, family, and Farm Bureau. Strong roots, stronger health. Visit your local Farm Bureau office today and see how this plan can work for you.
Vaught Hemingway Stadium, home of the Rebels, where over 64,000 voices rise to a crescendo, helping turn big plays into Mississippi mayhem. Ford trucks have an iconic tradition too, like Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Rebels, only at your Mississippi Ford dealer, based on 1977 and 2024 total sales.
Sure to put an extra hotty-toddy in your wallet with the Ole Miss Regions Visa debit card or prepaid Regions Now card. Order at regions.com/Go Rebels, Regions official bank of the SEC. Well, after the 48-yard punt, the Rebels start at the 10-yard line, trailing by 1, 17-16 as we open the fourth quarter with a stop. You got 12-19 left to go in the game. Ole Miss defense now 4 sacks, 5 TFLs in the contest. Ball in the middle of the field. Trinidad Chambliss has Lacey in there, hands it off to Lacey, left side. He is stacked up hard at the 9. Loses a yard. Boy, great penetration by Miami. Poyser. If Ole Miss wins this game, you're going to win it despite having trouble with both line of scrimmages.
Yeah, that was just a jailbreak there, David. The safety came offside and met the back in the backfield for a small loss.
We'll say no gain. It sounds better. It's right shy of the 10. 2nd and 10. Here comes the blitz. Quick pass outright. Caught by Stribling. Lowers his head and shoves it across the 20 if they give him that. Nice effort. They're going to put it to 19. They said he didn't quite get there. 9-yard gain. 3rd down and 1 coming up. O'Connor on the tackle.
Yeah, that's once a catch, good by Stribling, but then he just shows his strength to push the defender down the field. Came up a yard short. The 3rd down conversion we got to make.
3rd down and 1 from the Ole Miss 19 left hash. Handoff is to Lacey. Lacey fighting and spins and falls across the 20. He just barely got it. A bank first down for Ole Miss. That was a big one.
And it was all Lacey, David. He was hit in the backfield, spun out of that tackle, and was able to push across the 20 for the 1st down.
Just shy of the 21, a 2-yard pickup. The Rebels keep it going. 1st and 10 from the 21. A little breathing room now. Fake to Lacey. Chambliss in the pocket. Throwing. He's got his man. Snagged at the 40-yard line by Wright. Helped out his quarterback. It's kind of up and high, John, but he hauls it in for a 19-yard pickup.
Yeah, we've been waiting on Daquan Wright to get involved tonight, and a good job by Trinidad sitting in there and finding him open over there. A big target.
1st down at the 40-yard line. Bank first down of 19 yards. Now really in good shape as far as the field position goes. There's the give to Lacey, and Lacey lowers his head and plows straight ahead to the 43, maybe 3 yards, maybe 4. We'll see what they say. He went down. Toure on the tackle, the linebacker.
Yeah, good job inside. David got a little crease there between the right tackle, right guard, and Lacey. You said it. He just lowered his head and pushed the linebacker backwards.
4-yard pickup to the 44, 2nd and 6. Give to Lacey again off the right side. He's got it to the 50 after breaking a tackle, then knocked off his feet at the 87, or at the 47. We'll see where they officially spot it. And, tackles forced, he was at 86 and was one of the best in the country coming in, 87, I think. Poyser on that tackle. It will be another bank first down as they spot at the 48 of Miami, an 8-yard gain. 1st and 10, Ole Miss.
Yeah, nice cut at the line of scrimmage, and then Lacey does what he does, make people miss.
So Lacey apparently okay with that hamstring issue. Watkins in the game, goes in motion. The handoff is to Watkins. He turns downfield and doesn't get much. Miami read that, got a couple of guys out there in a hurry on a little jet sweep. Marquise Lightfoot out of Chicago, and Basaint over there for the Canes. They put it to 47, so that ends up being only a 1-yard gain, 2nd and 9.
Yeah, the Rebels have not tried that speed sweep all night. I was afraid with that speed on defense of Miami it wasn't going to work. Well, it didn't. We got 1 yard.
Trips to the right, which is the short side of the field. Chambliss fakes a handoff, being pressured, runs out to his left, looks downfield, fires, and is it held on to or no? Around the 38, intended for Deuce Alexander. Couldn't hold on. 3rd down and 9.
Yeah, Trinidad was running for his life. David sprinted out to the Ole Miss sideline, which is the left side of the field. He's a right-hander, just didn't make a good throw down the field.
He actually should have caught that probably. He had both feet in bounds there. John falling backwards, hit him right in the hands.
I thought we had plenty of room to run that ball right there, but he should have caught it.
3rd down and 9 for Ole Miss from the Miami 47. 9:03 to play. Miami leads 17-16. There's a snap. Here comes the blitz again. Chambliss throws over the middle. Got his man on a crossing route of the 35. Caden Lee reaches back. It was a little bit behind him and hauls it in. There is a flag down at the point of the catch.
Yeah, great throw under pressure, David. They brought the blitz. Kawan Lacey picked it up, but Trinidad stepped up in the pocket and delivered a strike. Don't know what this flag is.
Waiting for the call.
Personal foul. Targeting.
Oh, wow.
Defense number 6. The play will be under further review.
That's Lucas. Now, it's spotted at the, 40, 37, where they end up spotting the ball.
I don't think they've actually spotted it yet.
Yep, they're waiting on the targeting call, and that would be on Xavier Lucas if it stands.
We'll get a shot here at the monitor.
Wow, he was falling down. He caught it behind him. Boy, Lee saved Chambliss on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, that
looks
always
like
looks worse on slow speed, but it sure looked like he led with the helmet and popped Lee in the side of the helmet. He tried to turn it. I don't know. They may wave that one off. That one's kind of iffy. But nonetheless, what a play, John Darnell. Rebels in business either way.
Right, found Mr. Clutch there. Caden Lee, we've seen it. We've seen it a lot of times, making a big catch.
Looks like crown of the helmet on the big screen. At least the Rebel fans think it's targeting.
He went right of the helmet, though, and didn't really make the contact. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, you know what? It doesn't matter what we think, does it, Dave?
No, that's 100% right.
It's going to matter what these Big Ten officials
think.
We're
running at about 30% on replays.
That's right. In about 15 years.
15-yard penalty on Lucas. The ball is at the 36.
You know, I think it may stand. I think he did lead.
You think
he did lead with his head.
Yeah,
you're right.
I don't know how you can take it back now.
Well, yeah, it's going to stand because Mario Cristobal is livid.
After review, the ruling of targeting is upheld. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. Number 6 is disqualified for the remainder of the contest.
That Xavier Lewis is out. Frederica, is hurt. So they're getting slim in the corners, kind of like Georgia got slim in the safety spot with a targeting call in the Sugar Bowl. Now you've got the ball after the catch of the 36, 15-yard penalty is going to put it all the way down to the 21-yard line where Ole Miss has 1st and 10 with 8:54 to go, trailing by 1, 17-16.
You got to finish this drive, David. The Rebels are not going to get a lot of opportunities. Here we are deep in the fourth quarter. You got to finish.
A bank first down for Ole Miss via the penalty there. Jabari Antoine's coming in at corner. He's a freshman from New Iberia, Louisiana. On the 21, the handoff is to Lacey, trying the right side. Lacey sandwiched and dropped around the 16. We'll see what they give him. There comes another late flag. See what that one's all about. Rebel fans are cheering down there.
After the play, personal foul, late hit, defense number 11. Half the distance to the goal, first down.
David Blay, after the 5-yard pickup, gets the personal foul.
There it was right there. Late. Definitely was late.
Half the distance to the goal, and the Rebels are in the green zone. Wow, I don't know if we've even said that tonight. Enter the green zone, presented by Wade Incorporated. Visit them online at wadeinc.com. This will put the ball at the, 8-yard line? Should be the 8-yard line. 1st and goal for Ole Miss with another costly penalty against the Canes. Rebels down 1 with the ball at the 8-yard line. There's the snap. Fake to Lacey, or give to Lacey, and he's stacked up. Not much there. Miami all over that run. Maybe, we'll see if on a second effort, the knee didn't go down. We'll see if they spot him. One of the Miami players is shaken up.
It looks like, David.
If it's at the 5, it'll be about a 3-yard gain, 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line.
Miami picking up 2 big penalties in this drive.
Timeout on the field.
Got an injured player. Not sure exactly who that is, and they're checking on him around the 6. They do spot the ball at the 5, so the Rebels have 2nd and goal at the 5. When we come back, we got a timeout. 7:54 left. Miami 17, Ole Miss 16. We'll be back. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Don't stop planning for your future. Don't stop investing in your kids' education. Don't stop dreaming of that new home. And don't stop growing your business. Whatever you're passionate or dreaming about, don't stop. Because when you have a bank you can trust, you have the confidence to take on tomorrow. Speak with a Trustmark associate today for advice on achieving your goals. Trustmark. People you trust. Advice that works. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And when you download the Kroger app, you can clip and save more with digital coupons every week. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you can enjoy more ways to save and more rewards every time you shop. So it's always easy to save big every day with savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank, a proud sponsor of Ole Miss Athletics. Member FDIC.
Not a great scene here as we come back. Miami leads Ole Miss 17-16, 7:54 to go. The Rebels will have a 2nd and goal from the 5 when we resume action and march from their own 10 to the 5 of Miami. Lacey, 9 carries, 99 yards. Chambliss, 19 of 30 for 192 yards. Rebels trying to pull this thing out of the fire. And unfortunately, Akeem Mesidor got caught up in the wash. First, his own man got under his leg, started falling backwards, and Kudus kind of got his arm tangled. And then Sanders got knocked backwards by Justin Scott and landed on the arm of Mesidor, and he's walking off on his own power. But on the replay, it's just a tough break. And in the game sometimes, John, there's a lot of craziness going on in that line of scrimmage, and he just ended up in a tough place.
It's been a really physical game. That guy's a great player, and just unfortunate for him to have that injury.
Mississippi Ford dealers in the Ford F-150s, the official truck of the Ole Miss Rebels. 2nd and goal from the 5-yard line. We're ready to resume action as Mesidor is left. Direct snap. Now they switch it off. They look like they had a direct snap set up, and now it's going to be Chambliss back in there at quarterback. There's the snap, and he's going to fake it to Lacey, run right. Chambliss out of bounds. And, boy, they strung that one. That didn't work. He was trying to beat everybody to the pylon, and Miami got 2 or 3 jerseys out. That'll be 3rd down and goal. Antoine was there to push him out of bounds. He got a yard out of that. 3rd and goal from the 4.
Yeah, he didn't turn it up at all, David. Try to beat everybody to the corner. Miami runs too well to be able to get that, but not a lot of blocking on the outside.
The ball will be on the right hash for the Rebels. 3rd and goal from the 4, trailing by a point. Of course, you've got a field goal here. Chip shot. There's the snap. Chambliss fires. Got it incomplete left side. In and out of the hands of Kejuan Lacey at the 4. He was going to be tackled probably right there anyway by Scott. So it's a 4th down. It's a tough angle here as coming in to try to get a go-ahead field goal is Lucas Carnero. He's been having to hit bombs. Now he's just got to be accurate here.
It does, David. Don't try to overkill this one for sure. The right hash, but that pass was a flat route out to Lacey. Just never would have gotten a yard enough.
From the 12-yard line, it'll be a 22-yard effort. He's 19 of 20 in his career with these chip shots. Snap back and down. The kick is on the way, and it is good. And the Ole Miss Rebels have taken the lead in this football game, 19-17, with 7:03 to play.
Now you got to play defense. Obviously, the Rebels started on their own 10-yard line, got it inside the 5. Could not get the touchdown, but we come away with the field goal that puts the Rebels up.
Officially a 21-yard field goal for Carnero, and the Rebels have taken the lead 19-17. We'll be back on the Ole Miss Radio Network.
Hey y'all, I'm Steve Azar inviting you to escape to Pearl River Resort where the fun is going non-stop. Go off the deep end at the South's most exciting water park, Geyser Falls. After the thrills, test your skills at the Dancing Rabbit Golf Club. There's dining delight and love at first sight. And it's always no work and all play at Silver Star and Golden Moon Casinos. So come on, leave it all behind and head to Pearl River Resort.
Farming is probably the most natural thing for a person to do. It taught me how to take pride in my work, how to put something ahead of myself, whether it was getting up early to feed the livestock or working late to bring in the harvest. Farming taught me to give it my best, no matter the job. My name is Tanner. I'm a farmer. I work for Case IH.
Case IH, built by farmers.
Walk in the footsteps of a literary legend. Savor a meal at a Michelin Guide-recognized restaurant, or end the night in style. From literary legends to chef-driven menus and Southern classics done right, Oxford offers more than effortless charm. It's a place to discover your story. Learn more and start planning your visit at visitoxfordms.com. That's visitoxfordms.com.
Hey, Rebel fans! For more than 50 years, Mississippi Asthma and Allergies board-certified team of allergists has treated patients by identifying triggers and creating personalized treatment plans. Now with 8 convenient locations across Mississippi, including Oxford, we're right next door when you need us. Treating infants to adults and Ole Miss students. Find our clinic nearest you at msaac.com. Mississippi Asthma and Allergy, helping Mississippi live life to the fullest and allergy-free.
Well, the Rebels go 14 plays, 86 yards, really 90 yards. We started at the 10-yard line to take the lead on that field goal, and the ensuing kickoff goes to the back of the end zone. 5 minutes and 19 seconds, got a 21-yard field goal by Carnero to take the 19-17 lead with 7 minutes to go. You can hear the Ole Miss crowd. On that last drive, Ole Miss went 2 of 3 on third downs after going in the game 0 for 7. Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment, choose chill. Official corporate partner of Ole Miss Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Carnero now has tied a record for most field goal attempts in the Fiesta Bowl history with 5 players, including Pat McAfee, who's here at the game. And that gives the Rebels 3 for 4 out of Carnero to take the lead. Miami starts at the 25-yard line, first down. He's back to throw, lobbing it high in the air, and it's going to be incomplete. A flag is thrown, interference. It was trying to get it to Marion, and Graves covering, got into his body before the ball got there. It'll be a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, just need to get his head around, David. The ball was...
Pass interference, defense, number 32. 15-yard penalty, first down.
If he gets turned around, John, he probably intercepts that.
Yeah. He threw it straight up. He threw it like a punt. He threw it down there and just hung it up way too high.
Yep.
And our guy just turns around, he intercepts it.
15-yard penalty.
He stumbles there at the end, maybe why he didn't get his head around. But
it was underthrown. That's why he got the interference.
Underthrown.
Yeah,
yes.
That's why he got the interference. He ran into him when he stopped to try to come back for it. So from the 40, first down for Miami. Trips to the left for the Canes. 1st and 10 on that penalty. Quick pass, far side, screen. Starting the middle and cutting the outside, getting close to midfield is C.J. Daniels. Miami just needs a field goal to regain the lead, and that will be tackled there by Williams and Gushikin. The Rebel team now has set a single-season record for most total passing yards with 4,615. The 24 team had 4,561. Also, all-purpose in a single season, 1,740. Here's a give to Fletcher, running right, and we don't have anybody over there. He gets all the way to the Rebel 35 before he's knocked out of bounds.
David, defense late getting set up, nobody there on the edge to set that edge, and Fletcher just simply kicked it into gear, found some open green grass, and took a safety or a corner to get him out of bounds after a big gain. Big plays gashing the Rebels.
Had an 8-yard pickup on that previous one. Fletcher 17 yards on this one. First down Miami at the Ole Miss 35-yard line. They're in field goal range. 5:56 to go. Tony goes in motion. It's going to be a handoff to Fletcher for the second time in the game. He tries to plant the foot and cut back. He tried the middle, was going to plant and come outside, and slipped and fell. Back at the 36, so a loss of 1. It'll be 2nd and 11.
So the Rebels do get a lost play right here, as you're talking about. He does absolutely, both feet come out from under him, but we got to finish this and force at least a Miami field goal.
2nd down and 11 from the 36. Bunch set to the right beside the right tackle. 3 receivers there, Beck in the gun formation. Fletcher off the left shoulder. Now he puts Malachi Tony in motion to the far side. There's the snap. He hits Tony quickly for a tunnel screen. He comes right back to the middle, breaks clear, and takes it to the house. Touchdown, Miami.
Yeah, it's just a play that they lean on so much with a very, very athletic Malachi Tony. Run a bubble screen, get some big linemen in front of him. He just weaves his way through all that. A couple Rebels had a shot at him, never got a real good tackle on him. He just finds his way through that crowd. David rushes it in the end zone for the big score. Miami goes 75 yards for the score.
In a hurry, too, John. They scored quickly.
They did. They got to the playmaker right there, and he just makes the plays. They're not going to let the quarterback do much right here. They're just going to dink and dunk all the way down the field. And they did.
PAT on the way, and it is good. And it's 24-19. Miami leads by 5 with 5:04 to go. Plenty of time for Ole Miss. Got to answer. 4 plays, 75 yards, and a $156, 36-yard Beck to Tony touchdown run.
Yeah, just a beautiful play by Tony. As I said earlier, the kid's supposed to still be in high school, reclassified to be a freshman at Miami. Had like 20 or 30 more catches than anybody on Miami's team this year. Simply, as you see tonight, doing exactly what he does from that slot receiver. Just get the ball in space. He's Dexter McCluster on steroids, David. He's an amazing young man at that age to be able to make people miss.
They put him in motion. He slid. It was just as obvious as right. They're going to him nearly every time, but we did not read that very well. A little tunnel screen, and it was a tunnel screen that came back to the middle kind of and right up the gut. Touchdown, Miami.
You get those big offensive linemen out there in front of him. You can't actually see around him. He's not a big guy at 5'11", about 185, but he finds his way through traffic, and Rebels just absolutely lost him in there.
Carter Davis will kick now. Ole Miss has plenty of time and all 3 timeouts. If you need a touchdown now to regain the lead. Right after the made field goal, you're feeling pretty good. Miami gets a big penalty on interference. Then they get some chunk yardage, 12, 17, eventually 36. They slipped and fell for 2nd and 11 before that touchdown. That's a touchback, and Ole Miss will crank it up at the 25-yard line.
Yeah, Rebels got gashed. Now you got the offense back out here. You can win it. You can win it with a long drive. You got to score a touchdown, of course.
Trinidad Chambliss will come back out on the field. Lacey's out there as well. First down for Ole Miss at the 25 after that touchback. Man, what a game. We've seen 2 in a row for the Rebels. Winner goes to Miami for the national championship against either Oregon or Indiana. First play of this drive for Ole Miss. There's the snap, 4-man rush. Chambliss in the pocket, has time. He's got Daquan Wright wide open to the 45 and bumped out of bounds. He ran kind of a deep out flag route there, John, and made a big catch.
Yeah, good play action right there. Hit Daquan on a corner route. Messidor, they're good defensive ends back in the game. They've got him braced up.
Officials timeout for injury.
Well, they brought out like a brace to put on his arm, and Messidor said, I don't want any part of that. We got Jacoby Thomas shaken up, the safety, I believe, had to leave for a moment. They spot this at the 46-yard line, so it ends up being a 21-yard gain for Wright. There's the snap. Handoff to Lacey. Straight ahead, stacked up. Second effort spins to maybe the 48. A couple of yards there. It'll be 2nd down and 8 for Ole Miss. Tackled by Scott and Bain.
We hadn't called Bain's name a lot tonight rushing the quarterback, David, but he does come off the edge right there and makes the tackle.
Clock running with 4.5 minutes to play. 2nd and 8 for Ole Miss from the 48 of the Rebels. Gun formation for Chambliss. Got Stribling one-on-one here to the left. There's the snap. He wants to throw to him. He's got him out there. He reaches up. He lost control of it as he went and had it. Stribling around the 25-yard line. And Jabari Antoine goes up and is able to get in there and mess it up and knock it away. Stribling couldn't hold it. He just kept fighting until the ball came loose. It's incomplete, 3rd down.
Yeah, tip your hat to the defensive back, David. He was beaten, but he just continued to fight through the ball.
3rd down and 8 for Ole Miss. Trips to the right. One receiver left is Stribling with one-on-one coverage again. Lee, Wallace, and Wright are on the far side, the wide side of the field. Lacey in the backfield. There's the snap. And we got a flag flies. Timeout by Miami right before the snap, something they didn't like on 3rd and 8. Stops the clock.
Charge timeout, Miami. They're first.
4:16 to play.
30-second timeout.
Miami leads 24-19, and a timeout by the Canes. We owe you a station identification. Let's pause 10 seconds. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield. You know, we've watched this Miami team on tape, if you will, recordings, and you just look at the defense, you go, wow. And then when you see them up close and personal, you go, wow. They have really got some talent on that side.
Well, they do. They run so well, David. Their defensive front is big with 2 real rush ends. So they put a lot of pressure on you, but our tackles have really played well tonight.
Trips to the right again, ball on the left hash. We're ready to go after the timeout. 3rd down and 8 for Ole Miss from the Rebel 48. Lee comes in motion the near side. There's the snap. Chambliss crossing route. That should be interference. Where's the flag? There it comes. Boy, it was late, but they got it on a slant route to Wallace. He was grabbed and tackled by Jabari Antoine. And that'll give the Rebels a 1st down. Huge play.
Yeah, it's a big play right there on the 3rd down.
That's interference. Defense, number 16. Ball be placed at the spot of the foul. 1st down.
Really a no-doubter, John, it looked like.
Out over there, ran motion away and had single coverage on his quick slant over there to Wallace. And, he just had him around the waist.
Oh, he had the jersey, back of the jersey, John, too, when you get a chance to look at the replay. But, yeah, all the way was interference. And we got the call.
7-yard penalty to the 45. It's at the point of the ball, but you get an automatic 1st down from the 45 of Miami. 4:14 to play. Rebels trail 24-19. There's the snap. Chambliss trying to run out of pressure. He's going to go downfield. He's got a room. 35, 30. Out of bounds around the 25-yard line. Trinidad finally squirted free. We're on a little island time. Trinidad with a big run and a big 1st down for Ole Miss. Another bank 1st down.
Yeah, Kawan Lacey went off the right side. Trinidad simply followed him through the hole, made a block down the field, did Lacey, and Trinidad picked up another 5 yards.
19 yards, they say, to the 26. 1st down for the Rebels. Handoff to Lacey, straight ahead, across the 25 to the 24, a couple of yards, 2nd and 8.
It's just tough sledding inside, as we know. Miami playing a good defensive front across there. Rebels trying to desperately get the run game going. Been living in the air on this drive, would like to finish.
Ball is at the 24-yard line, 2nd down and 8 for Ole Miss after the 2-yard pickup. Clock running with 3:20 left to play. 24-19 Miami. Chambliss in the pocket, throws toward the end zone. He's got his man, Daquan Wright, on a corner route on the opposite side of the field. Catches it and scores. Touchdown, Ole Miss.
Daquan Wright running a corner route, David, just simply got away from the safety. Plenty of protection for Trinidad Chambliss. He threw a strike in there to him, and the Rebels complete the drive with a touchdown to go back up 25-24, pending the extra point.
Rebels should go for 2, leading by 1, 25-24, and that's what we're going to do. John, what a throw, what a route there.
Yeah, it was. Great protection. They brought pressure off the backside, and we picked it up, and he found Daquan over there for the touchdown.
5th touchdown of the year for Wright, his 9th career. Rebels will go for 2. Chambliss in a gun. He's got 2 receivers right from the 3-yard line. There's the snap. Fakes the give, wants to throw, launches back in the end zone, wide open. Odom hauls it in, and the Rebels get 2. So a field goal for Miami would only tie it. 27-24 Ole Miss on an unbelievable semi-game here in Zona. 2nd down and 8. The Rebels go for the long one and get the score, and then go for 2 and get it with 3:13. It's 27-24 Ole Miss.
Well, it's everything we thought it would be, David. Just a shootout, great defenses, great offenses. The Rebels have come to life here in the 4th quarter after really giving up a lot of yards. If you're Miami, you're looking at the scoreboard wondering how we're behind in this game, but the Rebels have certainly put together a terrific drive here and finished this one with a touchdown.
6 plays, 76 yards in a minute 51. 24-yard catch is the official touchdown. Chambliss to Wright Chambliss is 21 of 34, 237 yards and a TD, 5 carries for 7 yards. Of course, he had a 19-yard run. He's sitting on some negative yards. That 19-yard run was huge by Trinidad as well. And the kick by Carnero. So he's looking for another touchback, and he will get it. All right, can we stop Carson Beck and the Canes? Miami at their own 25, plenty of time.
Well,
with 3:13 left, and Miami's got 2 timeouts.
You got a redshirt senior quarterback in Beck, David, leading this Miami charge. Rebels with a momentum back in their favor, and the crowd certainly behind them. Can we get them off the field?
The touchdown by Ole Miss, presented by friends at Rebel Rags. When you touch down in Oxford, be sure to make Rebel Rags your first stop. Celebrating 20 years with Rebel Nation, Rebel Rags, anything, everything, Ole Miss.
I would say I'd be paying attention to the bubble screen with Tony. What do you think?
Yeah, no doubt. I'd pay attention to Tony, period. Pressure off the edge, fires over the middle, and it's going to be thrown behind the receiver, Marion. Good coverage, though, by Braxton here.
Yeah, Braxton was right there on his back hip, David. I don't think the receiver, Marion, ever even saw the football that had hit the ground right beside him, but badly underthrown right here.
Thrown at his feet. 2nd and 10 for Miami. Beck upset with himself as he stared skyward after the incompletion. 3:08 to go. 2nd and 10 for Miami. Ole Miss leads 27-24 here in the Vrbo Fiesta Bowl. Semifinal of the college football playoffs. There's the snap to Beck. Got a deep out. He's got his man, but is he out of bounds? They say no, he's going to catch it. Nice grab by Marion there. And that'll get him close to the first down. It'll be marked at the 33. So a gain of 8. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Braxton was covering again.
Yeah, you got to believe that Fletcher's going to come at him with the run. Rebels need to get a stop.
Clock running with 3 minutes left to play in the game. 3rd and 2 for Miami. It will be a handoff off the left side. First down across the 35 to the 36. And the Canes will move the chains. Chambers and Dottery combining on the tackle there. Yeah, they'll put it to 37, so a 4-yard gain for the first down.
Go back to the bread and butter, David. Just hand it off to Fletcher for the nice pickup on 3rd.
Twin receivers left and right. Here comes a blitz. He wants to throw deep down the middle. The pass is batted around and knocked down. Intended for the tight end Ballman, and it's Wydett Williams again. Boy, has he made some clutch plays in that safety spot.
He has, David. He's been to a lot of action here in the second half. He's not played every snap, but right there was huge as he's trailing the big tight end and was able to knock the ball away on the deep route.
Bauman had it in his hands, but Wydett Williams able to bat it out of there. 2nd down 10. 5 DBs for Ole Miss. The ball at the 37 of Miami. 2:29 left to play. Rebs up 27-24. Here's the snap. Beck to throw. Right underneath. Caught. Wrapped up by Dottery. He gets away momentarily. Dropped at the 40. It was Brown out of the backfield for a moment. Boy, I was scared he was going to break away.
Yeah, Brown's a 225-pound back. Just really did a good job of getting some positive yards out of it.
It was a 2-yard pickup. 3rd down and 8 for Miami. Well, this will take us to the 2-minute timeout. And they will not run a play. What a game. 2 minutes left. Ole Miss 27. Miami 24. The Canes have a 3rd and 8 coming up, but it'll be a 4-down deal either way. The Rebels leading by 3. We'll take a break on the Ole Miss Radio Network.
Inspired by the moments that matter. The last-second touchdowns. The rivals outranked. The play fakes that surprised everyone. Especially the other guy's defense. At C-Spire, we connect you with all of it, on and off the field. With nationwide 5G wireless, fiber home internet, and business IT solutions. Because we're not just in your town, we're on your team. C-Spire, customer inspired.
Don't stop planning for your future. Don't stop investing in your kids' education. Don't stop dreaming of that new home. And don't stop growing your business. Whatever you're passionate or dreaming about, don't stop. Because when you have a bank you can trust, you have the confidence to take on tomorrow. Speak with a Trustmark associate today for advice on achieving your goals. Trustmark. People you trust. Advice that works. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Mississippi Farm Bureau Health Plan is something my husband and I are grateful to have. Healthcare coverage costs have climbed, but Farm Bureau has a long history of stepping in when Mississippians need them. Since 1922, they have helped families get the coverage that protects what matters. And now they're doing it again with the Mississippi Farm Bureau Health Plan. Affordable, dependable health coverage created for Mississippians. Built on the values we share, faith, family, and Farm Bureau. Strong roots, stronger health. Visit your local Farm Bureau office today and see how this plan can work for you.
Planning your next event or tackling that old project around your house, you need Magnolia Rental on your side. From tent and event equipment to all the tools you could possibly need, Magnolia Rental has you covered with a trusted 60-year legacy. Conveniently located at 397 Highway 6 West in Oxford. Or you can call ahead at 662-236-7368. That's Magnolia Rental, your full-service tent, event, and equipment company.
Third down and 8 as we come out of the timeout. Rebels lead 27-24. 2 minutes left to play in this game. They have it at the Canes 39-yard line. Trips to the right. Now they flip-flop Tony to the far side. Got to keep an eye on him. Beck in the gun. Brown off the right shoulder. There's the snap. He wants to throw toward the sidelines. It's going to be incomplete. Late flags flying everywhere. There was a collision over there. I was a little bit wondering if it might happen. Marion on a kind of a stop route, and Braxton ran over him, and the flags didn't seem like they're coming at first, and all of a sudden, there they were.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 2, 15-yard penalty, first down.
Well, I didn't even see that
face
from way
mask,
up here.
We
We'll see
thought
if
it
we
was
get a
pass
replay.
interference.
But it is a penalty, and what a huge break. He grabbed it with the left hand. Yep, no doubt.
Yeah, he did.
No
he
doubt.
Sure did.
They missed those in at New Orleans pretty regularly, but they got that one.
Yeah, and it was a correct call, unfortunately, for the Rebels. That moved Miami into Rebel territory.
Brings the ball to the 46, 15-yard penalty. First and 10. Trips to the right. 1:55 left. Quick pass near side. They try that screen again. This time gobbled up at the 43 is C.J. Daniels. He'll get 3 out of that. It'll be 2nd and 7. Williams and Perkins on the tackle.
Doesn't look the same when number 10's not running it, does it?
Miami just needs a field goal to tie it. They actually put that at the 42, so 2nd down and 6 from the 42-yard line. Beck back to throw again. In the pocket, in trouble, spins away from it, looking downfield. He's going to fire toward the sidelines, and it'll be incomplete. Falling out of bounds was Tony, and now they're going to say he got a foot down. Our people don't think he got it. That will be around the 33-yard line. We'll watch a replay. Tony goes high in the air with the right hand, one-handed grab, but his heel is out of bounds. The Rebel fans you hear reacting to it.
Completed pass. The play's under further review.
What an effort, though, John Darnell. Gracious alive.
Yeah, it was. It's going to be interesting to see if he got his toe down or did the whole foot land on the white. But, had Beck back here. He scrambled out, made a good play, and just kind of desperation threw it over there.
Wow, I'm going to be honest with you. He got the left toe down.
I think it did. I think his toe came down before the heel.
What a grab by Tony. And he's not a real tall guy. He's only 5'11".
What a spectacular play. He's a freshman. Should be a senior in high school. The kid's unbelievable.
He should be in the NFL. Right?
He will be.
What a grab. If it stands, Miami will be 1st and 10 after a 9-yard pickup to the 33. Boy, we have just been having all kind of troubles getting them off the field on 3rd downs. They're 9 of 17. Could be 10 of 18 if this one stands. Wow, what a grab by Tony.
Incredible play. Incredible play.
Here's the call from the field.
After review, it's an incomplete pass.
Oh, wow. And that was actually...
3rd down. Reset the game clock.
Yeah. So, said he's out of bounds on that foot. And at the 42, Miami will have a 3rd down and 6 from the 42.
Got to get pressure on this quarterback. Got to get Beck down, David. A big sack would be terrific here for the Rebels.
1:26 to play. Ole Miss 27, Miami 24. Trips to the left. Got to get them covered over there. One receiver right, solo coverage over here to the near side, Daniels. Beck in the gun. Rebels rush 4. Near side pass is going to be caught at the 36 and spun out of bounds is C.J. Daniels. But he should have the first down. He's right at it. He kind of used his body to block off the defender.
Did they give it to him?
And that
Yes, they did.
Graves blocked him off, and then he spun him out of bounds. And they're going to give him the first down to the 35, a 7-yard pickup. So Miami with 1:14, 1st and 10 from the 35. Snap to Beck. 3-man rush, near side high and incomplete. He tried to lob it in there to C.J. Daniels around the 30. Threw it over his head. 2nd down and 10.
Yes, and Terry Perkins had to back out of the backfield, David. Really, the back ran right over where his receiver was, and Perkins was in the way of that pass, and Beck just simply airmailed it out of bounds.
1:06 left. Miami's got 2 timeouts. They trail by 3. Ole Miss up 27-24. 2nd down and 10 for Miami from the 35 of Ole Miss right hash. 2 receivers left. In the slot is Malachi Toney. 2 receivers right to short side of the field. The snap, 3-man rush. Beck being chased, runs to his right, lobs it near side, incomplete, nearly picked by Perkins. It was high, and he went up there to try to grab it, trying to get it to Brown along the sidelines. Incomplete, 3rd down and 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure Perkins could have come down with it, David, but really close to a pick right here. Yeah, he could have come down with it. He sure would have. Didn't come away with it. Huge 3rd down conversion here. Rebels desperately need to hold.
He was trying to get that to the sidelines in a hurry to the running back, Brown. 3rd and 10 from the 35. They're in field goal range. It would be a long one right here. Right hash. Rebels need to make a play on 3rd down. There's the snap. 4-man rush. Fires. Crossing route. Caught and tackled at the 18-yard line is Marion for the first down. A pickup of 17. 1st and 10 for Miami at the Ole Miss 17-yard line. Clardy, and Williams on the tackle.
Looked like the Rebels were in zone, David. Just crossing route, just found a spot.
17-yard gain. Big play for Miami. They're in the green zone, the red zone, if you will. Beck keeps it, tries to run. He pulled it from his running back and then tried to run, and he's knocked down. That was an ugly play for the Canes. I think at the 19, a loss of 1. 2nd and 11.
Charge timeout, Ole Miss, their first. 30-second timeout. Please reset the game clock to 37 seconds.
Eccles kind of broke that up.
Yeah,
and now Ole Miss is going to call a timeout.
Not sure why Beck would pull that, David, but going back to the pass, just simply threw it in front of the safeties, and unfortunately for the Rebels, it was a big 3rd down conversion. Miami's had a really good night in converting 3rd downs. I think you said a moment ago they were 10 out of 18. That must be 11 out of 19 now. But drives them deep inside the 20-yard line for the Rebels end zone.
11 for 19. Well, the game is on the line. You've got 37 seconds left to play. Ole Miss 27, Miami 24. The Canes have 2nd and 11 from the 19-yard line of Ole Miss. They're in field goal tying range. Boy, fan bases on both sides are dying. 1,000 deaths watching this game. Winner goes to the national championship game. The Canes trying to get back home to try to play in it. 4-man front, 3-man rush. Beck pump fakes, looks left, fires toward the end zone out at the 8 rather. It's caught there on a hitch route by Marion, and that should be a first down. Great throw there by Beck, John. He put that one right on the spot. First and goal from the 8.
Good job of the receiver coming back to the football there on that curl route.
Boy, Miami has marched from their own 25 to the Rebel 8. 1st and goal.
Charge timeout. Ole Miss, their second. A 30-second timeout.
Well, you're desperately now trying to preserve some kind of time. And, boy, what's gone from a high moment is getting very, very low for Ole Miss. 27-24. Rebels nursing a 3-point lead with 31 seconds left. And Miami has 1st and goal at the 8.
what you're trying to do also, David, is keep these Canes from scoring a touchdown right here. That would certainly put Miami up 31-27. At worst case, you want to hold them to a field goal, but it's 1st and goal at the 8-yard line.
This drive has been 13 plays, 67 yards, 14th play coming up 2 minutes and 42 seconds. They have been fantastic.
Miami's got all their timeouts, I believe. Maybe have 2 left, but I think they have them all. And
I got 2 left.
2 left. So
Ole Miss has 1. Ball in the middle of the field at the 8-yard line. Can you make a play? Pistol formation as Brown is behind Beck. 1st and goal from the 8. The handoff is to Brown. Straight ahead. He's dropped at the 3. Got 5 yards on that. 2nd and goal from the 3-yard line. Tackled by Eccles and Harris.
Yeah, Eccles and Harris right there on top of
Charge
the play.
timeout. Miami, their 2nd. Please reset the game clock to 24 seconds. The 30-second timeout.
24 seconds left. Boy, the Rebels will be left with precious time if Miami can punch this one in. We have not done good against them in short yardage, that's for sure.
It's all about stopping right here, David. I don't think there's going to be any time left to do anything offensively, but it's all about getting a stop. It's all about getting a big play, whatever it is. You just got to believe. And Harris was banged up a little bit on that play. Big Miami offensive line. You know they're going to run right behind them. So Rebels have got to get tough down here on the goal line.
2nd and goal from the 3 after the 5-yard pickup. Ball again in the middle of the field. No wide side. They're not thinking about that. More than likely, handoff up the gut. We'll see. Beck in the gun formation with Brown off the right shoulder. 2nd and goal from the 3-yard line for Miami, trying to take the lead with a TD. Rebels desperately wanting a stop. There's the snap. Beck wants to throw, looking in the end zone, being chased. Now he's going to run left, and he's going to score easily. Touchdown, Miami. He escaped the pressure, ran left, and took it to the end zone. We had nobody over there, and Miami is up 30-27 with only 18 seconds left.
Yeah, Miami Rebels rushed 3, David, drop 8 back in coverage, and we just didn't get to Beck. He found a huge lane with actually a blocker in front of him going off the left side and just tiptoed into the end zone for the go-ahead score.
Only the 2nd score of the 4th quarter for Miami. But they punch it in to take the lead. Point after attempt here. Kick on its way. And he got it. And Miami has a 4-point lead. Rebels in trouble. 31-27 with only 18 seconds left. Could get them stopped, John. They just were too tough in that drive.
Yeah, we just matched up down there, man. And once you break the first rush, there was nobody over there to pick him up. So give credit to Miami on that drive. They took it all the way down the field and scored when they had to.
Yeah. 15 plays, 75 yards in 2 minutes and 55 seconds. 3-yard run by Beck. And we had him in trouble right, and then he broke to the left, and there was just nobody there. He walked in uncontested.
Once he flashed to the left, David, he just saw nothing but green grass, and I'm sure his eyes got as big as mine did, unfortunately, but he just simply walked it in the end zone. That was too easy for Beck, the quarterback.
27 of 37 for 268 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. Miami, time of possession now is 41 minutes, 22 seconds to 18 minutes, 20 seconds. Amazing. That is a huge differential there. The Canes now are up to 450 of offense. Carter Davis to kick, back to receive as Isaiah Hartrop. Rebels cannot tie it with a field goal, so you got 18 seconds to figure out a miracle touchdown. Heck of a game here, though. 67,928 on hand. Carson Beck, the veteran quarterback, transferred from Georgia to Miami. Puts his team on his back, got help with a penalty, and it was the right call. This is going to be short. Fair catch called for by Hartrop. Not so sure would try to return one, see what you could do, but that would eat up a lot of clock. He called a fair catch about the 1. Ole Miss will have it at the 25-yard line with 18 seconds left. and the Rebels have 1 timeout.
Yeah, that's all it is, David. You got 75 yards to go. Field goals don't do you any good. You're down 4.
Miami fans have come to life. Ole Miss has them outnumbered pretty big, but the Canes have this one in the bag if they can finish the deal. Chambliss in a gun with Lacey off the right shoulder. There's the snap, in the pocket to throw, fires, he's got Lee, diving catch at the 49-yard line of Ole Miss. Boy, he threw that one in there perfectly. 24 yards, quickly to the line of scrimmage, 13 seconds left for Ole Miss.
Threw it where nobody could get it but Lee.
Here's a spike to stop the clock with 11 seconds.
Yeah, going back to that previous play, just threw it into coverage, David, but nobody could catch it but Caden Lee, and he went down to pick it up, and that's a huge grab to get the Rebels out to midfield.
2nd and 10 from the 49. 11 seconds left. You got maybe 3 plays. 1 timeout to work with. There's the snap. In the pocket to throw, steps up, looks, fires, a crossing route, grabbed by Stribling at the 34-yard line. That'll stop the clock with 5 seconds left. A gain of 17. They put it at the 35, so make it a 16-yard gain. But
Charge
only
timeout.
5 seconds
their
remaining.
3rd and final timeout. Please reset the game clock to 6 seconds.
Well, 2 big passing plays at least got you a chance to throw it to the end zone. 1 play left. 5 seconds to go. Ole Miss has it at the Miami 35, 1st and 10.
Yeah, there have been miracle plays in big games, David. That's what it's going to take here. Throw it in the end zone. Hope you get somebody can go up and high point it, or you get a tip ball or whatever it is. But get some of those 6'5" receivers in there, get them into the end zone, and hope for the best.
Wow, 24-yard strike to Lee, 16 to Stribling, and boom, boom, the Rebels have a chance. But comes down to this play. Ole Miss took its last time out to figure out what they want to do. It didn't matter to try to preserve it because you only got the 1 play left from the 35-yard line of Miami. Ball on the left hash, trips to the right. You got Odom, also Alexander, and Wallace. Wide left is Wright and Stribling. Empty set. 5 wides. Timeout by Miami. They're going to burn their last timeout. They want to see
Charge
what they're doing.
timeout.
They had
Miami, their 3rd and final timeout.
3 safeties at the goal line, basically there. So they're trying to defend 35 yards to keep the Rebels from scoring. A touchdown would win it for Ole Miss.
On the very last play of this game, which has been a barn burner. It's been everything you'd ask for. If you're watching at home or you're sitting here in this stadium, it's been all you could ask for, David. Rebels and Miami have been playing absolute big boy football. It's been.
Chambliss is 23 of 36 for 277 yards and 1 touchdown passing.
Well, you got to have 1 more, and this is the only one you're going to get a shot at right here with 6 seconds left. You just got to get the ball in the end zone.
Season on the line, and it's been a fantastic season either way. You score here or not, but you're trying to get 1 more miracle to get to the national championship game. Miami wants a stop to get there themselves. Here we go. 31-27 Miami. 6 seconds they put on the clock instead of 5. 5 wides. We're ready for the snap. Chambliss into gun formation. They got a 3-4-man rush. There's the snap. Chambliss runs to his left, looks, fires toward the end zone. Jump ball incomplete in the back corner of the end zone. And that's it. Miami wins the Fiesta Bowl 31-27, and the Rebels season comes to an end.
That's the end of the game.
What an incredible year for this Ole Miss team. What perseverance through some craziness here at the tail end after the Egg Bowl. But nonetheless, Pete Golding's done a fantastic job. He and Mario Cristobal shake hands. Miami will play for it all.
Yeah, they'll play in their home court, David. They're going to be playing for the national championship. They couldn't ask for more. They got in this playoff, barely squeaked in ahead of Notre Dame, and they got hot in the playoffs here.
Wow, it should have been interference holding
number
on
24,
Connor.
absolutely.
No question.
Another play.
Grabbed him by the jersey, held him by the.
Should have been another play that definitely was held by number 24.
No doubt. That's
Stribling all the way.
By every definition, they just let them play it out. But 100% interference, but they didn't call it.
No,
but nonetheless, Miami walks out of here with a 31-27 victory. Chambliss is running down the field with his arms out. There's no doubt that the defensive back grabbed Stribling by the collar, shoulder pad, front of the shoulder pad, and should have been interference. I don't know if he could have caught the ball. They may have ruled that, but it looked pretty close.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it was at the very back of the end zone, but you'd at least gotten another play 15 yards closer.
Well, confetti flying for the Miami Hurricane. What a football game here. Ole Miss comes up short. Miami 31-27. The Rebels will end in the Final Four of the college football playoff, though. What an incredible year. We'll talk more about that in our post-game show that's coming up next. Our C Spire post-game show. Internet slowing you down? Get fiber-fast connectivity from C Spire. Visit cspire.com. 31-27 Miami, the final. We'll be back. You're listening to Ole Miss football from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Celebrate responsibly. 2025 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank, a proud sponsor of Ole Miss Athletics. Member FDIC.
Ole Miss, Miami. This is the College Football Playoff on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield. Presented by Trustmark Bank.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ed Council.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B,